Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a duel between Waze and Omnic. Waze enters as the strong favorite here. Waze has an absolute stranglehold on this matchup with a 75% lifetime win rate against Omnic. It's only a matter of time before that historical dominance becomes a reality in the current scoreline. I'm wondering if Omnic can find any answer here. He just can't be stopped, making it 3 straight for the leader. The rating gap is showing early on. What a fight. Both players were nearly gone, but he managed to hang on by a thread to get back in this. He's definitely showing he can keep up in the firefights. Waze is just cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. The gap in skill on the ladder is becoming evident. Waze is just steamrolling now, sitting pretty at 5-1. It's tough for the 37 ranked player to find any traction here. He's simply too fast. Taking full control of this match with a massive lead. Unreal Waze barely survives that exchange, walking away with almost nothing left in the tank. Absolute perfection. He's just untouchable right now, taking his 5th straight round. A big response from Omnic, digging in to finally hold that run. Both of these guys had a rough series against Esther earlier today. Waze has managed to stay consistent today, putting up a solid 22-23 record over the last 24 hours. You can see that stability paying off as he continues to distance himself from a player who has struggled more recently. He is firmly in control here. Waze heads into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. Honestly, this is playing out exactly how the stats predicted. He's just way too sharp for Omnic to keep up with right now. Waze is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. His rank 17 status is showing throughout this series. Waze is just too sharp today. He's completely dominated the pace of this series. Omnic is really struggling to find a foothold in this one. He just can't be stopped now, putting himself on the verge of victory. Just another casualty for Omnic today. Game over. Waze closes this out with a perfect finish to secure the win. He really just tore through the opposition, and a few of those reactions were simply lightning fast. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are ready to battle it out on Mapas, with the favorite looking strong. Aster heads into this as the heavy favorite with a 77% win rate in their head-to-head history. Omnic is really struggling to find any footing today after that tough loss to Waze. We have to see if he can actually shake things up here. Aster is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely scrapes through to take the lead. The rank 37 spot is really feeling the pressure right now. What a slugfest! He barely hangs on for his life to pull the score back to 3-2. Tough spot to be in after that crushing 13-3 blowout earlier. Aster is simply dominating, extending the lead to 4-2. He's putting those recent wins against Waze into perspective. Aster's career win rate sits at 60% over 400 matches, and that consistency is really showing right now. He's clearly outclassing a player who has struggled in nearly 80% of his recent games. It'll be tough for Omnic to break this rhythm. The momentum shift is complete. He's now taking full command of the server. This looks just like that last meeting on Dooms. Omnic finally finds his footing, taking a quick round for himself. Even with that win, the gap in ratings remains huge here. Aster is just cruising along now at 7-4. He's really shaking off that rough result from his game against Waze. Aster leads 7-5. I mean, everything is going according to the script. Omnic fought back with a 3-round stretch, but the overall class gap is still evident. Time for a fresh start. Aster pulls further ahead, pushing the tally to 8-5. A lightning fast response to kill that momentum instantly. That's a huge contrast to his recent struggles. Aster just won't let him breathe, putting another fast one in the books from the ramp. The gap in quality is just glaring right now. Aster's just relentless, pushing a commanding 9-6 lead. A surprisingly quick reaction to stop that momentum. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, continuing his climb back into this game. Aster is just ruthless, now sitting at 10-7. A solid response considering how heavy those last 2 rounds felt. He's showing some real grit, refusing to let the deficit become insurmountable. That's a gutsy effort from the underdog. The momentum is swinging, and he's just not letting up now. Pure reaction time on that finish. Aster is really putting the hammer down now, and it's becoming an uphill battle for Omnic. Unbelievable. He barely survives with a sliver of health to secure this one and reach match point. The heart-stopping finish for the lead. Absolutely flawless execution to close it out and secure the series. That's just the way it goes for Omnic, who just couldn't find a way to close the gap on the superior player today. Welcome to the arena, everyone. We have Waze and Aster stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Aster has a strong history on this map with a 62% win rate. That's a nice contrast to Waze, who historically struggles a bit more here. It will be interesting to see if this familiarity allows Aster to maintain the lead. Aster is really starting to pull away now. He's looking for a bit more redemption after those 2 losses yesterday. Tide has completely shifted. Waze has wiped out that early lead and now looks to be the one controlling the pace. Aster holds a tight 3-2 grip on this series. He's having a great day overall with 22 wins so far. Aster is just dominating right now, leading 4-2. Waze certainly knows how to fight, but his head-to-head record here is slightly trailing. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to extend his run to 3 straight. He's really making a habit of beating this guy lately. Unbelievable. He simply doesn't miss right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. A total shutout as he continues to stack up the wins. Aster is simply on another level right now, reaching 6 consecutive rounds. He is just untouchable today, extending that streak to 7 before we head into the break. Aster heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, he's absolutely crushing the expectations here as the underdog. That 8-round run really put Waze on his heels. Time to see if Waze awakens. Aster is just relentless today, practically ending these rounds before Waze can even react. The overall lead is slipping further toward the number 14 ranked seed. Aster quickly shuts down that mini comeback and puts himself on the verge of victory. The gap in their overall standings is becoming very apparent. What a finale. He wraps this up in a blink to secure the victory. He's really claiming ownership over this rivalry lately, making it look effortless today. Welcome everyone to Redline. Waze and Omnic are ready to go, though the favorite looks strong today. Waze has won 75% of their historical matchups together. It's really surprising to see him starting slow after such a strong record against this opponent. He'll need to find some composure quickly to avoid a real upset here. Unreal, he barely survives a brutal exchange to knock his rival off the ramp. His ranking is making a lot of sense right now. We've got a dead heat with Waze and Omnic. Omnic is showing some real grit despite his recent struggles. Omnic just brushed him aside from the ramp and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. He's really shaking his confidence after that lopsided Blame Orange series. Naderman is backing down. It's a total deadlock. He's fighting hard to maintain that upper half ladder position. Waze is starting to separate himself, taking control of this series after catching Omnic on the ramp. He's absolutely rolling now, claiming his third straight round with a perfect shot. Omnic secures the edge from the ramp to keep this series tight. It's a tall task for the lower seeded player to keep this up. Waze and Omnic are locked in a complete stalemate. He's really playing like a man with nothing to lose today. Omnic keeps the pressure on from the ramp to take a commanding 3-round surge. A huge turnaround for a player sitting at rank 37. Omnic leads 7-5 going into the break. I mean, this is a total shock given how much higher Waze is ranked. He's really putting on a performance to defy the odds in this series. Time to see if the momentum sticks. What a scramble. Waze barely scrapes by that fight on the ramp, surviving by a hair. A massive relief for the favorite to finally stop that slide. Omnic is currently fighting through a rough patch with a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches, but is showing some incredible mental fortitude to outplay a top-tier opponent right now. I wonder if that resilience can actually carry him all the way to a victory. Oh my word, that was a total war and he somehow walks away with a tiny sliver of health. That was a desperate fight for a huge round. Omnic holds a thin lead at 9-8. This is exactly how his ranking expects the battle to go. Waze manages to clear him off the ramp and now we are back to a completely level playing field. Coming off a very long day of play with 23 games under his belt. Simply untouchable right now, picking up another quick win to put himself in front. He is simply on another level, extending his run to 4 straight. Omnic is back in it, quickly picking the favorite of the ramp. He's playing far above his current ranking in this series. That was an absolute brawl, but the favorite comes out on top to secure match point. A clean response to put the pressure back on the underdog. Game over. Waze shuts the door with a flawless finish to claim the victory. He really put the favorite's nerves to the test. Omnic fought like a demon to keep it this close. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream. We have Aster taking on Omnic here on Italy, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Aster holds a massive historical lead with a 77% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's really apparent that Omnic has struggled to find any answers for him across their history. We'll see if today is the day the tide finally turns. Absolutely crushing it. That's a perfect start for him as he takes a commanding lead. Simply unstoppable right now as he keeps the momentum rolling with another rapid fire. Everything about this seems a mirror image of their last meeting. He's just in total control, extending the gap to 5-0. The class difference between these two is on full display. Absolute precision, and that makes it a perfect 6 for the leader. A quick response there as Omnic secures his first victory of the match. He's fighting through a really rough set of games today. Omnic is currently in a deep slump with a 7-game losing streak. That lack of confidence is really showing when you look at his current struggle. It feels like an uphill battle trying to claw back into this one. That's 3 in a row for him, as he just completely erased the opposition in a split second. He's just playing at a different level right now. Closing out this half with an incredibly clean shot. Aster goes into the break with a huge 11-1 lead. You know, everything is going exactly as predicted here. Omnic is just completely outclassed in this opener. Omnic needs a spark here. He walks right back into it, leaving his opponent with no answers as we hit match point. He just completely dismantled that position. Game over. Aster puts a definitive stop to that little rally and secures the map. He really played his heart out in that one spot, but just couldn't find a way to hold his own against that speed. Welcome to the stream. Waze and Aster are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster is normally the one in control here with a 60% all-time win rate. That's far more impressive than what we've seen from Waze in his career. I'm curious if a better start for Waze can actually shift the historical dynamic in this series. Aster is just too quick, catching Waze right as he stepped up the ramp. We've got a dead heat as Waze levels things up. Aster is usually a monster in their head-to-heads. Waze is starting to stack up these wins and he looked incredibly sharp holding that ramp position. He's completely taking over now, securing his third straight from that ramp position. He's looking like a completely different player than in that last head-to-head. Aster answers back with a very clean sequence to keep the gap small. Both players have been incredibly busy today, racking up huge numbers of games. Waze is really starting to build a lead here, quickly putting Aster in a hole. The rating gap here is negligible, making this anyone's fight. Waze is currently managing a 24-20 record over the last day. It's a strong showing that mirrors his confidence in the series. He's making up for that crushing defeat Aster handed him earlier in the session. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going into the double digits. Aster denies the ramp shot and continues this strong pushback. Waze has had the better of it in most of their recent 1v1s. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as expected with Waze holding the edge. He's just slightly more consistent up to this point. Time to see if Aster responds. Aster keeps the pressure on from the ramp, showing some great grit to keep this close. Still the favorite to carry this series historically. Waze stretches his lead to 8-6 with that play. He's looking for a bit of payback after that blame map route. Neither player wanted to give up the high ground there, but Waze came out on top of that clash. He simply refuses to slow down, picking Aster right off the ramp to extend his streak. He just won't let up, catching his opponent right off the ramp for another huge victory. He absolutely dismantles Aster's defense, just one step away from a victory. Waze is playing with immense confidence right now. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with one last perfect shot to seal the series. He really stepped up his game for this one and looks completely unfazed by the head-to-head history. Welcome everyone, Waze and Omnic are facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to keep his momentum going. Waze has a massive historical advantage, winning 75% of their head-to-head encounters. The psychological weight is definitely on Omnic, especially since he's coming off an 8-loss slide. It will take something special to turn the tide here. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's finally fighting back after that tough run of matches. Waze is reacting incredibly fast right now, just completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. Waze is just steaming ahead, putting up a 4-1 lead. The skill gap is staring Omnic right in the face. Omnic just shut that down instantly, proving he can still keep pace in this set. That was a lightning fast response to get back in this. He's not folding under the pressure and manages to keep his side of the map secure. The gap on the ladder is barely showing right now. Waze is currently boasting a 24-19 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series since he's already secured the win against Omnic earlier today. He seems very comfortable in this specific rhythm. Now the focus shifts to whether he can close this out before Omnic builds any more heat. A complete shutdown of the comeback attempt as Waze takes a commanding 4-round lead. He is simply too fast for Omnic, adding a 4th straight win to his tally. He's looking completely outclassed compared to the top half of the ladder. Waze heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. He's playing exactly to his seed here. Omnic looks completely stuck, and it's hard to see how he recovers from that 5-round skid. Waze just pushed his lead to a crushing 10-3. The sheer disparity in their ladder positions is becoming obvious. The pace of this match is just wild. Omnic doesn't even have time to breathe before the round ends. He shuts down that small rally immediately, putting himself just one step away from victory. What a fight. He claws back a critical round, barely surviving with a sliver of health left. Absolute perfection from Waze to seal the deal and close out the series. He's just on another level today, moving through this bracket like it's a walk in the park. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena today for a match between Aster and Omnic. Aster enters as the strong favorite here. Aster holds a commanding lead in their history with a 77% win rate over Omnic. It's quite surprising to see the underdog take an early lead given the massive gap in their overall ratings. I wonder if Omnic is finally finding a way to break that cycle. Omnic's really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Looking at that ladder gap, we expect Aster to respond quickly. Aster has completely flipped the script on this one, taking control of the match in a hurry. Omnic is really struggling to find any traction today. He's completely outclassing everyone right now, claiming a third straight for himself. The gap in the rankings is starting to feel very real. He's just not letting up, picking up his 4th straight round to take a 4-2 lead. It's a similar story to their recent match on Italy P. He's just too fast right now, outdueling his opponent for a 5th straight win. The 14th seed is simply in a different league today. Omnic refuses to back down, fighting back to trim the lead to 5-3. He's proving he can hold his own against a heavy hitter. Omnic has been out of form lately, falling in 5 straight matches today. It's really becoming an uphill battle for him to shake off this cold streak. We'll have to see if he can find a way to break the momentum before this slips away completely. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a sliver of health to head into the break. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Things are playing out pretty much as we expected, given that huge difference in their overall rankings. He's keeping the pace though. Omnic is fighting harder than usual to stay in this. Time to switch sides. Omnic keeps the pressure on, showing some serious grit to stay within striking distance. Omnic is definitely proving the pre-match odds wrong right now. Aster pushes his advantage further to go 8-6. He's definitely feeling the weight of those losses from earlier today. That was a total shutdown. He's refusing to go away quietly and keeps clawing back into this game. It's getting tense as the underdog keeps chipping away. What a chaotic trade. He barely comes out on top of that absolute war. That's another tough break for the lower rated player. He's really digging in, refusing to let the match slide and bringing the gap right back down to 1. Aster pulls ahead again, now leading 10-8. He is definitely playing the role of the stronger seed here. Aster's reflexes are just on another level right now, putting the screws to Omnic with these rapid fire wins. A completely clean display from Omnic, who is really starting to fight his way back into this. He's really fighting for every single point at this stage. Aster finally answers back, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The higher seed is finally closing the door on this comeback attempt. What a fight. He barely survives that brawl to close out the series and claim the win. Omnic really pushed him to the brink this time, almost erasing a massive head-to-head deficit. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Waze and Aster are facing off on red line for today's duel. Aster holds a slim lead in their head-to-head record. He seems to have the upper hand when these two square off. It will be interesting to see if that historical advantage translates into a full victory here. Aster is really putting on the pressure here, shutting Waze down even from the ramp. Aster is certainly proving to be a tough test today. Waze is struggling to close the gap, trailing 1-3. He looks incredibly comfortable in these high-stakes encounters. Aster's now just a step ahead at 3-2. He's coming off a very strong 13-4 result earlier today. Aster is really fighting for control right now, cleaning up on the ramp to push his lead. Despite the current flow, Waze is the slight favorite in the eyes of the odds. Waze has put up an impressive 25-18 record over the last day. Well, it's a bit surprising that his current form isn't translating into a better start for him today. He's usually a high performer in the league, so he'll need to find a way to disrupt this Aster momentum. That's another quick one for him, cutting the gap down to just a single round. That's a serious speed jump for both of them. Aster stays in the driver's seat at 6-4. The ladder positions are tight here, with Aster sitting just 2 spots above Waze. Waze keeps the pressure high, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. He's really showing why he's listed as the favorite for this matchup. We head into the break with Aster holding a 7-5 lead. Right, he is making the most of his superior win rate on this map. Waze still has plenty of time to flip the script, but he's definitely fighting an uphill battle. Sides are swapping. Let's get back. Aster stretches his lead to 3 rounds. Now, another lightning fast round to solidify the lead. Aster is really finding his marks, just wiping Waze right off that ramp. He's definitely looking like the stronger player in this specific pairing. Aster is pulling away further, now leading 9-6. A clutch play there to keep things interesting. Aster's really cruising now with the commanding 10-6 lead. Waze manages to take that round, reacting quickly to catch Aster right as he peeked from the ramp. Both of them are holding steady in that top 15 rank. Aster is really leaning into the momentum now, consistently winning these quick exchanges. Waze has definitely tightened things up and is refusing to just let this one slip away. A nice result for the 16 rated player here. As Aster shuts the door on that attempt, picking him off the ramp to set up a potential series end. Waze manages to fight back and delay the inevitable for just a bit longer. Unbelievable! He survives by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. He really had to sweat it out there, but Aster manages to keep his head. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy today as Waze takes on Omnic in a high-stakes duel. Waze is a massive favorite here, holding a huge lead in their head-to-head history. So it's a bit surprising to see him drop the opening round. The real question is if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt his confidence today. Waze is pulling ahead, now leading by 1. He's certainly looking for that same energy from their last meeting. He's on fire right now, putting together a 3-round tier while remaining completely untouched. He's really mirroring that 13-4 victory they had recently. Omnic answers back quickly to keep the gap narrow. He's really battling uphill as one of the lower rated players today. We've got a dead heat now, free between them. The lower rated player is refusing to go away early on. He is simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the match. His recent match history suggests a tough road for the challenger. Waze secures a quick victory to bring things back to a level 4-4. Things are looking up after a tough start to his day. Unbelievable. Both players were shredding each other's health, but he manages to limp away with the win. He's just in a world of his own right now, picking up another clean round to extend that run. The momentum has completely swung back to the favorite, and he's now riding a 4-round wave of his own. Waze goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Everything is going exactly how we thought it would. Waze is capitalizing on his 47% map win rate to keep a firm grip on this series. Fresh start for Omnic here. Omnic is really struggling to find any answers, especially given his 0-6 record in the last day. It looks like he's carrying that heavy slump into this match. I'm not sure he has the tools to bridge this gap before the half is officially wrapped up. Waze is cruising now, commanding a 3-round advantage. He's really fighting against the odds as the 40th ranked player. Omnic tried to string a few together, but Waze just shut that down immediately. The speed of these engagements is just breathtaking. Waze is simply too fast for him right now. That was an incredible flick. Omnic is really fighting to stay in this game. Omnic is suddenly on a roll, and he's managed to trim the lead right down to 3. He just needed one more clean exchange to put himself on the edge of victory. What a finish! Waze closes the door with an effortless shot to seal the match. He really kept the pressure on from start to finish, just refusing to let the momentum shift away. Omnic fought hard, but this was just a dominant showing. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Aster has absolutely dominated this rivalry with a 77% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive mountain to climb for Omnic, especially with how the ladder gap usually plays out. We'll see if the momentum from that opening round is enough to flip the script. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after that exchange, surviving with just 4 health. He's absolutely defying his ranking right now. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we head back in. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle with his current cold streak. Aster just clawed back the lead, leaving Omnic trailing. It's hard for someone at the bottom of the ladder to keep up. Aster is simply too fast, securing 3 straight without taking a single point of damage. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another win from the ramp. The skill difference is staring us right in the face. He's simply on fire, holding the ramp to keep the streak rolling. He's dealing with a brutal 11-game losing streak lately. Omnic manages to shut him down with a lightning-fast reaction. Aster is sitting on a strong 80% win rate over his last 10 games. It's an imposing trend for the opposition to deal with. He seems to have a real handle on the pace here. We just have to see if Omnic can actually snap this slide. Aster heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. It's a very one-sided start and everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. We'll see if Omnic can dig in and make a run now. Fresh start for Omnic here. Aster is practically cruising with a 10-3 lead. The distance between rank 13 and 40 is feeling huge right now. Aster is just putting on a clinic right now. He's really starting to pull away. This is mirroring the result of their previous encounter today. Omnic manages to sneak another round, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. That's his first win of the day so far. What a scramble, Aster. Barely survives that chaotic exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. A nail-biter of a trade to seal the deal. He manages to claw back 1 more and keeps the series alive. He's definitely not going down without a fight today. Game over. Aster closes it out right here to take the series. He just kept the pressure on from start to finish, and Omnic never really found a way to answer. Welcome everyone. We've got Waze and Esther facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win today. Unbelievable. Aster barely edges it out in a chaotic fight, surviving with almost nothing left. Aster holds a 79-73 head-to-head lead over his opponent. It's an impressive historical advantage, but Waze seems to have the momentum early on today. I wonder if that mental edge is starting to fade. He's been in great form lately with a 90% success rate. Absolutely effortless. He's just taking over the server right now. Pure efficiency from the top seed, who just walked through that engagement without taking a single point of damage. Waze manages to find the opening and cuts the lead down to 3. Waze is certainly proving he can compete with the favorite today. That was a total firefight. He's showing real grit by clawing back into this game. He is on fire now, shutting down Aster with a blistering set of 3 straight rounds. Incredible. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Aster shuts down that momentum shift and reclaimed the edge. Aster takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the analysts had Waze winning this, but we're seeing a different story. He's definitely utilizing that 57% map win rate to hold his ground. Time to see who blinks first. Aster is really capitalizing on his momentum with a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, combined with that strong current form, it's becoming a real struggle for Waze to find an answer. He needs to disrupt this flow immediately if he wants to stay in this. Aster is pulling away, now leading by 3. His recent activity is high, having already put in 22 wins today. He's showing incredible resolve, shutting down that run and narrowing the gap to 2. Aster still in the driver's seat with a 3-round cushion. He's really looking sharp today across multiple matches. These encounters are ending so quickly now. It's basically a coin flip to see who sees the other one first. Waze is refusing to go away quietly. He's staying composed even with the pressure mounting. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. He is completely taking over now, ending that round in a flash to stay in control of this rally. What a statement. Aster shuts the door on that rally and puts himself just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Aster secures the final blow to close it out. He's just too clutch in those high pressure moments, barely surviving a couple times to keep the lead. Waze really gave him a run for his money. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a clash between Waze and Omnic, where Waze enters as the heavy favorite. Waze leads this series 161-52 in total wins. It's a massive disparity that should be showing up on the map today. Omnic is currently on a 0-win streak in his last 10 matches, so he's really under a lot of pressure to find a way back into this. Unreal, he nearly let it slip away in that chaotic scramble, but he claws out the third straight. He's completely taken over this map, just shutting down every attempt from his opponent. Omnic finally finds his mark, securing a clean exchange to get back on the board. He's refusing to go away, putting together a strong response here. He's definitely proving he can hang with the top tier talent today. Waze is looking sharp today with a 24-19 record over the last day. So yeah, that high activity level seems to be paying off in these early exchanges. I want to see if he can keep this pace up to the half. Waze is just cruising with a commanding 6-2 lead. He's a huge step ahead in the rankings right now. Another effortless point for the leader, who is simply too fast today. It's a tough afternoon for the number 40 ranked player. Omnic reacts quickly to pull another one back. He's showing a bit more fight than their last Italy encounter. Waze is firmly in control at 7-4. Rarely do we see him string together a run like this. Waze takes the first half 8-4. Things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's leaning on that 76% head-to-head win rate to maintain a steady lead going into the side switch. Time for a total reset. Waze is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. He seems completely unsettled by the sheer pace of the game. Omnic manages a clutch play to bring it to 9-5. The deficit is still steep for him, but he's fighting back. What a scramble. Waze barely survives that firefight, coming away with a desperate victory. That's a rough stretch for a player currently sitting at the rank 40. The gap is just widening now, and Waze looks like he's completely separate in terms of speed. Omnic is really struggling to find a spark today. Waze is just completely outclassing his opponent here, and now he's 1 point away from ending this. A sharp reaction from Omnic to stave off the finish for just a moment longer. What a fight. He claws through the damage to secure the final point and the match. A totally one-sided affair that just confirms why he's sitting so much higher in the rankings right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. What a fight. Both of them are nearly out of health, but Omnic manages to scrap through with a tiny sliver of life. Aster really holds the historical edge here with a 77% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that confidence is flowing his way, especially after coming off such a dominant series win against this same opponent. Now we just have to see if Omnic can break that psychological barrier. Everything's dead even now as Aster and Omnic tie it up. He's looking as sharp as he did in that last matchup. Omnic is really putting on a clinic right now, surprising everyone by staying aggressive and holding the lead. Aster takes control of the map, using that ramp to get the upper hand. It's a tough spot for Omnic, who's really struggling in his recent games. Aster shuts him down on the ramp and puts a lot of pressure on Omnic to answer back. It looks like the rating difference is playing a huge factor here. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over this match, moving his lead to 5-3. Omnic answers back immediately with a swift headshot. That's a huge confidence boost for the lower ranked player here. Aster keeps the pressure high and manages to take another one from the ramp. Aster is just too fast for him right now, easily cleaning up that attempt from the ramp. He's really struggling to put a stop to that cold streak. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected from the top-seeded player today. Omnic has a mountain to climb if he wants to stop that recent slide. Fresh start for both sides now. Omnic manages to secure that victory from the ramp, putting some pressure back on the front runner. A real fight back from someone practically at the bottom of our rating. Aster shuts him down again, quickly picking Omnic off as he tried to hold that ramp position. The gap between these two in our rating is starting to look real. Omnic has a really tough road to travel with that 27% all-time win rate. It means he's used to fighting from behind. The challenge now is whether he can actually maintain this momentum to close the gap. Aster is cruising right now with a solid 10-7 lead. He's really fighting against the tide today after that rough start. Aster is just too precise today, cutting Omnic down right as he tried to hold that ramp. He has been a force today, racking up 23 wins already. Aster simply outclasses him here, putting himself one step closer to victory. He really looks like the superior player today. He fights back with a determined hold to keep his hopes alive. A surprising shift for the man who entered this match as the underdog. And that's it. A perfect final shot seals the deal for Aster. Omnic showed a lot of heart in a few of those rounds, but he just couldn't find a way to close the gap today. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Waze and Aster facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster usually has the upper hand in this rivalry, winning over half of their career meetings. He's also entering this series with a lot of confidence after that dominant stretch in his last 10 games. We'll see if Waze can keep that pressure up. Waze is finding his rhythm, leading by a single round. The higher ranked player just stepped up. Aster has completely shifted the energy here, erasing that early deficit in a flash. Aster really looks locked in after that strong run earlier today. Waze holds a thin lead at 3-2. Both of these players have been incredibly active throughout the day. Waze is starting to pull away, now up 4-2. Aster hasn't seen himself on the wrong side of a streak like this all day. He's completely seized control of this match, extending the lead to 5-2. He's really putting that higher seed to the test right now. A crisp shot to answer back, showing some real grit to keep this game close. He needs a strong push now to keep things competitive. He just won't go away grinding back into this series one round at a time. His recent matches show he can handle this kind of pressure. Unreal. He's completely leveled the score, keeping up a ferocious pace to bring this back to a deadlock. Another flawless response from Aster, who is simply refusing to let Waze breathe. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's definitely capitalizing on his superior 60% win rate on this map. He's in a great spot to secure an upset if he stays sharp on the switch. Fresh start for both players. Continues to hold a comfortable lead, showing some great composure here. He's definitely playing with a huge chip on his shoulder today. He's really finding his second wind now, extending the cushion to 4. He's just unstoppable right now, taking another round to put his opponent on the defensive. Absolute authority from Aster, who is now just 2 rounds away from closing this out. Goodness, he nearly let that slip. Waze clings on by a thread to secure a massive victory in a chaotic exchange. A lightning fast response from Aster to put him on the verge of victory. A quick response from Waze to keep the hope alive. Waze is fighting for his life against a very tough opponent. What a statement! Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He's officially on a tear today, putting together another strong win to keep that momentum rolling forward. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for a battle between Waze and Omnic, with Waze entering as the clear favorite. Waze has won a staggering 76% of their head-to-head meetings. It's clearly a dominating history for the higher rated player. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle here and needs to prove he can close the gap. He is just completely in control of this series right now. A shocking turn of events for the number 41 seed. He just won't let up. Another flawless round to bring the score to 4-0. Total destruction. He has completely taken over this early stage of the game. A complete turnaround from his cold stretch earlier today. Waze finally manages to put a round on the board. A little bit of confidence needed after that tough loss to Aster. Omnic is currently playing the game of his life, considering he had a 0% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's just wild to see him completely overturn that slump against an opponent of this caliber. He's showing a level of confidence we haven't seen from him in a long time. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 6-3 lead. He's finally settling in after that tough defeat to Aster. Waze is on fire. That's 3 in a row as he claws his way back into the match. The ladder gap is starting to feel real right now. Unbelievable. He is absolutely rolling now and refuses to let the lead slip away. The favorite is finally starting to flex his muscles. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the underdog is actually holding his ground here. He's refusing to let the 260 rating gap intimidate him today. Time to see if the trend holds. He remains stubbornly in this fight, taking another clean round to narrow the gap. Waze is definitely proving why he entered this series as the favorite. Omnic keeps the pressure on with an 8-6 cushion. Pure grit from the player currently sitting at the bottom of the rankings. He's refusing to back down. Digging in to keep this series within reach. He's definitely not letting that rating gap go to waste. What a slugfest! There's an absolute war that ends with a deadlock at 8-8. Total reset for both of them as we head toward the finish line. Omnic edges ahead with a 9-8 lead. There was a lightning fast exchange to put him back in the lead. Oh, how close! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to claw away with the win. He's showing unbelievable composure to survive that close call. A speedy execution right there as he continues to chip away at that deficit. Still looking to make a statement after those rough outings. He simply refuses to let this match slip, leveling the playing field for now. Total chaos now as the pressure mounts for both of them. Waze is simply untouchable right now, securing another lightning fast victory to seize the lead. What a desperate fight. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to bring the score level. Another skin of their teeth victory for the lower seed. Absolutely crushing it now, moving just a single round away from a victory. Incredible. He manages to force a tie, sending us straight into overtime. A massive mental shift for the rank 41 seed. Omnic is suddenly the one with the momentum, putting himself just a few steps away from an incredible upset. Absolute precision on that last spray to secure a huge lead. He's simply refusing to quit, evening the score in this high-stakes overtime battle. He really keeps the pressure high after that fast trade. He's completely flipped the script, now continuing this improbable surge in overtime. Pure speed on that engagement to reclaim the lead. He's simply on another level, now outclassing his opponent to move just 1 point away from victory. He's taking absolute control of the pace right now. Omnic keeps himself in the game with a quick response, extending the drama. What a scramble! He survives by a thread to tie this up at 15 all. Both players are now completely equal in this war of attrition. Waze takes the lead back with a 16-15 advantage. Omnic answers back and we are deadlocked at 16-16. Omnic barely edges ahead, clutching a 17-16 lead. Waze strikes back, leaving them tied up at 17. They're just swapping leads back and forth now. This just keeps swinging back and forth. Omnic just barely pulls ahead to lead 18-17. This is a genuine battle of nerves between these two. And we are back to a stalemate at 18-18. A quick reflex play to bring this dead heat back to a draw. Omnic finds the edge to reclaim a 19-18 advantage. Omnic is surging, now holding a commanding 2018 lead. This is a night for the history books. Omnic is just relentless, pushing forward to a 21-18 lead. The underdog looks completely unfazed by the pressure right now. Waze strikes back, narrowing the gap to 19-21. He finally breaks through that wall. Waze is hanging in there, trailing by just 1. He's showing plenty of fight despite the ranking difference. Absolute madness here as Waze forces a 21-21 tie. A huge swing to get this back to a dead heat. Waze claws back on top, leading by a single point. Waze is putting away now, leading 23-21. The pressure is simply too much for the 41st seed to handle. Omnic answers back to trail by only 1. He's completely erased the memory of that recent blowout in their last outing. Waze is building a dangerous 2-round cushion. Just a fraction of a second decided that Waze is really starting to find his footing in this deep water. Waze is really pulling away with a 3-point cushion. He barely kept his composure, but he just couldn't close out those final few points. He really put the higher seed through the ringer today. What a fight! Welcome to Dunes. Aster takes on Omnic today, with the dominant favorite looking to keep a strong winning streak alive. Aster holds a commanding 114-33 lead in their head-to-head history, but it's worth noting that Omnic has been struggling through a 10-game losing streak today. The real test will be seeing if Aster can turn that historical dominance into an early lead. Omnic has a slim lead as we head back. He's definitely trying to shake off that rough run today. Aster has a lot of momentum right now, quickly shifting the energy in his favor. Omnic is clinging to a narrow one-round advantage. Omnic is really pulling away, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. He's on fire right now, taking full control of the map with another effortless win. A sharp response here as he continues to claw back into this set. The underdog is certainly fighting back harder than expected. He's refusing to go away, putting up another clean point to keep the pressure high. Omnic is currently defying the odds with a lead despite being the lowest rated player in this lobby. It's a surprising contrast given that Aster generally holds such a heavy advantage in their match history. Now the focus shifts to whether this early momentum is actually sustainable. We're all square at 6-6. Well, Aster should be feeling a bit uneasy here. He's comfortably the higher rated player, but he's struggling to separate himself from Omnic as we head into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. He's showing incredible grit, taking the lead after trailing early in the game. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. That's a flawless sequence of shots, putting him squarely in control again. The momentum has completely swung over the last few minutes. An absolute shutout for Aster as he continues to surge forward. The skill gap between these two is really starting to show. Omnic answers back immediately, showing some real toughness to stop that runaway momentum. He's showing some serious resolve, putting together another lightning-fast win to close the gap. Aster is showing great persistency, reclaiming a 2-round advantage. He's in full control now, securing another point to put himself in a strong position. The skill gap we saw in their past matchups is really starting to surface. He just can't be stopped right now, bringing himself to the edge of victory. Just pure aggression on the draws right now. Omnic finds his opening and shuts the door on that fast start, keeping his hopes alive. Much needed breather for him to keep the match alive. Game over, he closes out the final round to secure a massive comeback victory. Omnic put up a great fight in the first half, but he just couldn't keep pace with the top-tier reflexes on display here. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Waze and Aster facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Aster holds a clear historical edge here with a 60% overall win rate. That long-term success has really translated into a strong recent run. We'll see if Waze can adjust his approach and shake things up. Waze is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. He's looking for redemption after that loss on Italy. P. Waze has completely flipped the script, taking control with 3 straight wins. Hard to believe we're seeing such a shift after Aster dominated Italy. P. Aster secures the kill from the ramp to hold that run. Waze is usually the favorite in this pairing, but we're seeing a different story. Waze just capitalized on the height advantage and put a lot of pressure on Aster here. Aster looks completely out of sorts compared to his recent dominant run. Waze has a decent 24-17 record today. It's becoming a real uphill battle for Aster to maintain the momentum he had going into this game. He's just not managing to close these out like he did earlier in the day. Waze just couldn't be stopped from the ramp, continuing to push his lead further. The gap in their overall head-to-head record seems irrelevant right now. Waze has absolutely zero trouble dealing with that ramp positioning right now. Hard to imagine he's the higher rated player on the ladder right now. Waze is just steaming ahead with a 7-4 lead. Waze is fighting hard to overcome that gap in their lifetime head-to-head. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. And honestly, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated, with the favorite holding a small cushion. He's keeping his composure well, despite Aster's historical advantage on this map. Time to switch it up. Aster is refusing to back down, narrowing this gap to just 1. That was incredibly sharp. He's clearly locked back in. Incredible, he's completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. Pure chaos now as both players are completely level. Aster just blew through that ramp defense to seize the lead. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking another round from the ramp to extend his run. It's a complete reversal from where this series started. He secures a quick win from the ramp to interrupt Aster's pace. He really needs to rediscover that form from earlier today. Unbelievable. Aster barely scraps through that fight with a tiny sliver of health left. Heart-stopping moment right there to get the lead back to 2. He's firmly in control now, pushing his advantage to 3 rounds. Waze has often been the one to close out these types of matchups. Waze just put an end to that slide, staying composed to trim the gap. That was a lightning fast reaction, and he's really starting to claw his way back into this game. Aster is showing incredible grit, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A complete shutdown by Waze to keep this dream alive. That was a lightning quick exchange to keep this close. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep to close that one out. Waze pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight! Welcome to Red Line. We have Waze facing off against Omnic in tonight's match to see who comes out on top. Unbelievable. Waze barely survives that exchange to take an early lead. Omnic enters this game on a tough 16-game slide. Waze has a massive lead in their head-to-head history, having won 76% of their encounters, and that total dominance usually translates into an easy series. I wonder if Omnic is finally starting to close that gap tonight. Absolute deadlock now, with Waze and Omnic tied at 2 apiece. He's sitting firmly in the top half of the ladder. Both players were fighting for the high ground there, but Omnic just had the better reaction on the ramp. Things are heating up as Waze and Omnic sit tied. He's clearly the more experienced player in this particular matchup. Omnic keeps his composure and manages to put the pressure on from the ramp. Omnic's really starting to build some momentum here as he takes control of the map. A huge result for the underdog given that ranking gap. Omnic quickly finds his mark to knock Waze off the ramp and stay on a roll. A tough spot for the top half seed to be in. Waze shows some real grit here, finally cleaning up Omnic off the ramp. The favorite is finally starting to find an opening. Omnic is playing the role of the spoiler tonight, especially since he's coming off a rough 0% run in his last 10 games. It's a completely different story here, where he's comfortably holding the lead. This is a massive shift in momentum for a player who has struggled so much recently. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly this is a shock given the ranking gap between these two. We're looking at a possible upset here if the underdog keeps up this pace. Omnic maintains a strong 3-round advantage over Waze. It's a bold look for someone currently sitting at the bottom of our rating. Both players were fighting for the same high ground, but Omnic just happened to be a split second quicker. He's putting up a massive fight despite the low rank. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp to shut down that comeback attempt. It's a complete reversal of the typical result for these two. What a fight. He manages to edge out the victory by the skin of his teeth. He's definitely showing that he can still compete in this series. Waze is really feeling the pressure now. He needs to find a way to answer back quickly if he wants to stay in this. Waze is starting to chip away at that lead, keeping things interesting as the round count climbs. Wow, a total nail-biter. He barely walks away from that scramble on the ramp with a handful of health. A truly chaotic sequence of events on the ramp. A clean exchange here that puts Omnic just 1 round away from the victory. A total turnaround from how these two usually clash. And that is it. Omnic secures the victory with 1 final shot to the head. He's finally shaken off that nightmare of a losing streak with a massive statement win today. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a massive historical lead with 115 wins over Omnic in their head-to-head encounters. It makes this opening round look like a bit of a fluke given how consistently Aster usually takes these matchups. We'll see if Omnic can actually keep the pressure on here. Omnic is putting on a great show right now, capitalizing on a few mistakes to take a surprising early lead. We're completely deadlocked now with Aster and Omnic tied. A total clash of rankings with Aster sitting way higher on the ladder. Omnic just grabs the lead, putting Aster on the ropes. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than in his previous outings. Aster uses that ramp height to reclaim the lead. Just a tiny edge for now. He's looking sharp after that 13-11 victory over Waze. Unbelievable, Omnic scrapes through a brutal trade on the ramp with just a sliver of health left. He's really defying the oddsmakers with this performance. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Omnic barely clings on to win the round. He's playing completely differently than his usual 27% win rate suggests. Aster managed to clear the angle from the ramp to pull this series back to a virtual tie. Aster has been the dominant force in their history with 115 total wins over Omnic. That makes it even more striking to see him struggling to close the gap today. He really needs to find a way to stabilize before Omnic pulls even further ahead. We head into the break with a 6-6 tie. I mean, Aster should be in total control here, given his 60% overall win rate. He's just not finding that gap yet against a very stubborn Omnic. Let's see who settles in first. Aster finally edges ahead to claim a narrow 7-6 lead. That's a stark contrast to his poor 112 run today. What a scramble. He just barely clutched out a win after absorbing a huge amount of damage. The number 12 seed is really asserting himself now. Aster's back on top, pushing the lead to 8-7. The gap in their ratings is barely showing at the moment. Omnic is really leaning into this momentum, using that ramp advantage to tie the series back up. He's really fighting against his usual odds today. Aster just reclaimed a narrow one-round cushion. The rank 40 underdog is truly making him work for every single point. We've got a dead heat at 9-9 after that exchange. Really unbelievable how he's holding his own despite that massive rating gap. Omnic is really starting to seize control here with a couple of quick rounds in a row. He's completely flipped the script from their meeting on Dunes earlier today. Back to a stalemate with both players at 10. A huge battle of nerves as the finish line approaches. The pace of these exchanges has picked up significantly, with the last few rounds ending almost instantly. Omnic takes control of the exchange and puts himself just one round away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed. Aster answers back with a flawless effort, keeping his hopes alive for now. Total flip from their previous match on Dunes today. Huge response to tie things up. We are headed to overtime. He's really fighting to maintain that 24-17 pace he's set today. He is simply outplaying him right now, taking a third straight round in this high-pressure environment. His consistency is on full display today. He's simply on another level right now, putting together a huge 4-round tier. He's simply out of control right now, moving to a 5-round surge as he puts himself on the brink of victory. A quick reaction there by Omnic to stop the slide and keep this fight going. The underdogs have kept the fight alive deep into the overtime blocks. What a statement by Omnic. He's showing incredible grit and denies that match-ending round. What a finish. Aster shuts the door on this series with a perfect final exchange. He really had to dig deep to close that one out in overtime. Omnic put up a hell of a fight today. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got a great matchup here on Italy with Waze taking on the heavily favored Aster. Aster is carrying some serious momentum right now with a win rate of 90% over his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to Waze, who is still trying to shake off a couple of recent losses. If Aster manages to keep this pace, he could blow the doors off this one early. Aster has the lead, but Waze is fighting back. That was a lightning fast response. Goodness, that was an absolute slugfest. Aster barely clings to this one, surviving with a tiny shred of health. Waze is really digging a hole at 1-4. Tough spot for Waze, who's currently sitting at rank 21. Another clean pick for the favorite, who's looking completely in control now. A swift reaction there from Waze to earn a second point. He's definitely showing a bit of that head-to-head experience right now. Aster is putting his 60% all-time win rate on full display today. He has most of the historical advantage in this rivalry. It looks like he's fully capitalizing on that confidence right now. Waze is showing some real grit here, putting up another win to keep the pressure mounting. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Aster still holds a decent cushion at 7-4. That's a strong showing from a player already boasting a high volume of wins today. Aster holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, the underdog is clearly making a case for an upset here. That 3-round streak really put weighs on the defensive. Fresh start for both players here. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. His overall win history really speaks for itself. Aster just needs a final push to close out 10-4. Coming into this with the overall lead in their head-to-head history. Waze is refusing to go down quietly. He's finding ways to snag these rounds and keep things interesting. Aster looks ready to seal this 10-6 victory. He's really fighting to turn things around after that close loss on Mapas. Waze is on fire now. Taking another one to keep this hot streak alive. He's putting that recent 22 and 19 run to use. Simply not stopping. Picking up another round to keep this impressive surge going. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Aster puts a stop to the bleeding and puts his lead back on display. That was effortless. He's continuing this climb back into the game, squeezing every bit of value out of that trade. He's keeping the pressure high, showing a lot of heart to stay in this fight. Waze is really stepping up to the occasion today. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit and forced a dead heat. Huge play to reach match point. He's completely flipped the script in this set. An incredible turnaround to seize control of the series. What a phenomenal result. He closes out the match in style to complete a stunning recovery. Aster had him on the ropes early, but he just couldn't close the door. A massive shift in momentum there. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Waze and Omnic are facing off on orange today, with Waze entering this match as the clear favorite. Waze has dominated this rivalry with 163 total wins over Omnic, despite that head-to-head gap. Omnic managed to take their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if the underdog can pull off another surprise here. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The gap between their positions on the ladder looks quite wide. Omnic fought back in the previous round, but Waze is quickly reclaiming the momentum here. Waze holds a narrow 1-round advantage right now. He's really putting up a fight despite sitting at the bottom of the ladder. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. The underdog's confidence is sky high after that recent win on Red Lion. Waze is putting on the brakes for the challenger. Those 2-round swings are really starting to shift the tide. Omnic has struggled immensely today with a 113 record over the last 24 hours. You know, it's essentially a free fall for him right now, and Waze is taking full advantage of that low confidence. Both of them dealt plenty of damage, but he manages to close this one out for a 4th straight. He is simply refusing to let up, keeping the streak alive heading into the break. A tough spot for the 40th ranked player to be in. Waze goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we thought things would go. He really put his stamp on the game with that 5-round surge. Let's see if Omnic can dig deep. Waze is just relentless, pushing the score to 9. The experience difference is really starting to surface here. Waze is cruising now with a 10-4 cushion. He's definitely feeling the weight of that rating gap right now. Omnic is showing a lot of grit by keeping this game competitive and refusing to just fold under the pressure. Waze has a solid 4-round lead as we move on. Just a quick burst to put the pressure on the lead. Waze is really tightening the noose here, putting himself in a prime position to wrap this up quickly. The skill gap is evident here. Omnic is refusing to go quietly. He's managed to keep these games incredibly short and sharp today. He manages to survive a tough exchange and is now just 1 round away from victory. The gap in their consistency is really the story here. Absolute dominance as he seals the victory right there. A total shutdown here. He really asserted his authority from the start and didn't give the challenger a chance to breathe. Welcome to the arena. Aster and Omnic are ready for a battle, and the favorite looks strong today. Aster owns a convincing 78% success rate in their head-to-head history, and it's clear that psychological edge is carrying over into this series. Now, we just have to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern. Omnic is trailing, but he's still very much in this hard to shake the gap in skill we're seeing here. Aster is putting a lot of pressure on him early, and it's starting to feel like a landslide. His rank is showing as soon as things get tight. He just won't let up, securing another quick victory to keep the momentum firmly on his side. He's nearly at the bottom of the current ladder. A wild exchange of shots, and Omnic barely scrapes through to claw back into this game. That's a huge confidence boost for him. Omnic has been really struggling today, going 114 in his last several matches, so yeah, that poor run of form is making it incredibly difficult for him to sustain any momentum in this series. I'm curious to see if he can actually dig in and hold the lead. He's staying aggressive and keeps the momentum swinging his way. The tide is turning just as the favorite begins to look shaken. Unbelievable, he's completely wiped out the deficit to bring us level at 5 all. The energy has completely shifted in his favor now. A sharp response from Aster to regain the lead as we head into the final round of the half. That puts him in a great spot going into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is unfolding exactly as we thought it would. The top seed is comfortably in control, though Omnic is fighting a lot harder than most expected. Fresh start for both players. Aster pulls ahead again, widening the gap to 8-5. The difference in their overall win rates is starting to show. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to survive a desperate firefight to take another round. The gap in their ladder rankings is looking like a canyon. Completely effortless exchange for the top seed, who now holds a commanding 10 rounds. He really is outclassed by a top 15 ranked opponent. Omnic responds with a clean snap to keep himself in the game. He has a tough climb from the bottom of the ladder. That was lightning fast. He's making it look way too easy to pull away right now. It's a total contrast in form compared to his current struggles. What a scramble. He clings to life by a thread to secure this victory. His nerves of steel are on full display right now. Omnic manages to outduel him in a tight exchange to keep the dream alive. He's showing a bit more grit as we enter the final stretch. What a finish! Aster secures the final round with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really looks like he's found his flow again, and Omnic just didn't have the tools to keep up. Welcome to Dunes for today's duel. We have Waze taking on Aster in a match where the favorite looks strong. Aster brings a 60% lifetime win rate into this series. And looking at the long-term head-to-head, it's clear he's the one who usually finds a way to win these wars. Now the challenge is whether Waze can leverage that recent victory in their last meeting to flip the script. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The number 19 ranked player is fighting back. The momentum has completely shifted. Waze is looking sharp and has totally erased that early deficit. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a commanding grip on this series. Another lightning fast reaction and he's now completely taken over this game. What a slugfest, but he manages to survive the chaos and extend his lead to 5-2. It's a tough look for the higher rated man right now. Just a flicker of movement and he shuts it down 6 straight for the lead. He's certainly making the most of his current run of form. Aster answers back with a sharp response to cut the gap. The 13th ranked player is starting to find his footing. Aster keeps the pressure on with another pristine kill, continuing this climb back into the game. Waze has to dig deep for an answer here. The comeback is in full swing as he secures another rapid victory to close the gap. He's effectively erased that early gap in no time. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's basically delivering exactly what we expected from him today. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can put up a fight on the second side. Time to see if the momentum holds. He's showing some real grit here, keeping the pressure high to stay within striking distance. Another quick exchange and the pressure is right back on the leader. Waze enters this matchup as the one with a positive record over the last day. It's definitely a change of pace compared to their long-term history, where the momentum usually leans the other way. He is really putting the pressure on Aster now. Clean win to tie this up, showing impressive resilience from Aster. Things are completely reset now with both players dead even. He's just on fire now, claiming another rapid victory to seize the lead. That was an absolute slugfest, and Waze managed to emerge on top to tie this game up. He's really trying to make a statement against the higher seeded player. Waze pulls ahead by 1 with that clutch play. We're seeing another rare occasion where Waze takes the upper hand. Absolutely crushing it. He's now claimed 3 in a row and is putting the heat on. Aster responds immediately with a swift kill to keep himself in the hunt. He's completely erased the lead, bringing this series back to a dead heat. Aster is proving why he's the preferred pick in this match. What an incredibly sharp reaction to reclaim a narrow lead. Absolute precision to pull away with the lead. Absolute perfection to close it out. Waze secures the final kill and takes the victory. He really needed those final kills to close the door. Aster threw everything at him in that second half, but it wasn't quite enough. Truly a fight to the finish. What a match! Welcome everyone. Waze and Omnic are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top in this duel. Waze has won 76% of their head-to-head encounters over the years. So it's hardly surprising that he's the heavy favorite here. Regardless of a slow start, we'll see if he can shake off those early nerfs quickly. Waze holds a narrow lead as we enter round 4. Omnic is really struggling to keep things consistent today. What a fight! Omnic barely walks away from that one, managing to clear Waze off the ramp. He's really shaking things up despite being at the bottom of the ladder. Waze still commands the board with a 3-2 advantage. He's definitely playing like the higher seeded seed right now. Waze just couldn't keep up with those reflexes, and now we've got a dead heat. Total reset of the board for the lower ranked player. Omnic takes control now, leading 4-3. He's playing out of his mind for someone who came in as such a massive underdog. Waze manages to get his head above the fray and secure that win from the ramp. This looks like a repeat of their last meet in the orange corridors. Waze claws back into the lead, 5-4. The skill gap is starting to manifest as this one swings back. We've got a deadlocked series at 5 apiece. Omnic has really struggled in his last few matches today. Omnic is putting a real stranglehold on this match right now. A rough day for Omnic until this point, staring at that 115 record. We're all squared up at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is exactly what you'd expect to see from Waze. He's kept things steady and managed to keep the underdog in check for now. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic pulls ahead, now holding a tight 7-6 lead. A really tough stretch for the lower seeded player today. Omnic is currently sitting at a 115 record across all his duels today. It makes this current lead even more surprising given how tough his day has been overall. We'll have to see if he can keep this momentum going before Waze finds an answer. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing another victory to reach double digits. He just can't be stopped. Continuing a fierce run to bring the total to 11. Unbelievable confidence from the man sitting at the bottom of the ladder. Waze reacts quickly to stop that slide, picking up his 7th round. That was an effortless shutdown, putting Omnic just one step away from the victory. Huge hold for Waze, picking up a clean kill from the ramp to stay alive. It's finally time for the superior rank to assert some control. Another lightning fast reflex play from Waze, keeping the dream alive for now. The momentum is shifting heavily toward the veteran now. Unbelievable. Omnic shuts the door on the veteran and secures the victory. He's finally found a way to break that losing streak today, coming through with an absolutely stunning upset against the... Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Aster taking on Omnic today, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite. Omnic comes out swinging with a lightning fast start, catching Aster completely off guard as he pushed up the ramp. Aster is clearly the superior fighter throughout their history, especially since he's historically won nearly 80% of their encounters. You can see that confidence in how he's adjusting his positioning. It will be tough for Omnic to find a way back into this game. Omnic has clawed back to tie things up at 2 apiece. Aster just needs a few more rounds like that to really put some distance between himself and Omnic. That was a tight clash on the ramp, and Omnic comes out on top to keep this dead even. Rarely do we see such a tight fight from rank 38. Aster's got a lot of control right now, using that ramp positioning to keep Omnic guessing. He's already looking a bit stronger than in that previous match today. Pure chaos now as Omnic forces a deadlock at 4. His recent history shows a tough struggle, with only 2 wins today. Aster finally breaks the tie, leading by 1 now. A huge rating gap usually means a tough climb for anyone facing him. Omnic has really struggled to find any traction today, posting a 215 record in his last few games. It's a stark contrast to how cleanly Aster is taking control here. We have to wonder if he can possibly find a way to break this momentum. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this is a surprising result given Aster's huge advantage in their past matches. It will be interesting to see who pulls ahead now that they've swapped sides. Both players are basically starting over. Aster manages to clear Omnic out of the ramp area, keeping this one incredibly close. The higher rated player is finally starting to flex that difference. Aster pulls ahead to an 8-6 cushion now. He's having a strong run of form in his last 10. He's just completely locked in right now, making this look effortless as the lead grows. What a fast response. He's showing some real grit to cut this lead down to 2. Aster is really starting to run away with this, leading 10-7. That's a solid 25-15 for him across all his matches today. He remains incredibly stubborn, shutting down this encounter in less than a second. Unbelievable, he survives that exchange, clutching the round with just 14 health left. Absolutely heart-stopping way to secure that lead. Totally clean finish there. And now the pressure is fully on for Omnic. That's exactly why he entered this series as the clear favorite. Omnic manages to secure a very clean out, delaying the inevitable for another round. A necessary hold to keep the dream alive for the underdog. What a finish. Aster barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Waze and Aster facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with a 52% win rate. You know, it's an interesting dynamic because Waze actually took their most recent encounter. Now it's a question of who carries that specific momentum through this set. Waze uses that ramp for a quick peek and manages to flatten the score right back up. Aster is really dominating this a long way ahead now. Unbelievable. Waze clawed back through a chaotic exchange to survive by a mere thread. That's a strong push from the rank 20 challenger. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece. The battle is perfectly poised, heading into the next set. Aster just edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. His higher ranking really seems to be playing a part here. It's a real seesaw battle right now, with neither player able to pull away for more than one round. He's showing exactly how he managed that recent 13-11 victory. Aster regains control, pushing his lead back to 5-4. He's clearly enjoying his day so far with a 26-14 record. And just like that, Waze levels the playing field. He's definitely proving he can hang with the top 15. Waze has a real head of steam right now. He's looking very sharp in these exchanges. His recent form suggests a tough stretch is coming for Aster. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. He's looking sharp and holds that slim lead as they swap sides. Aster needs to find his rhythm. Waze maintains his thin edge at 7-6. His long-term consistency is really staring us in the face here. Total deadlock now. Aster brings us back to 7-all. Neither side is giving an inch to... Waze is effectively shutting down everything Aster tries to do right now. Aster catches Waze on the ramp to secure this one, keeping the match dead even. Aster is really putting on a clinic from that ramp right now, putting Waze in a tough spot. Waze is really fighting uphill against the higher rated man. Aster shuts him down from the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's playing exactly like his 80% run through his last 10. He's just unstoppable right now, securing a 4th straight victory to put a serious grip on this match. Waze is certainly feeling the pressure of the 60% all-time mark. What a clean trade. Waze refuses to let this slip, cutting the deficit down to 2. He's showing some real grit to stay in this fight. Waze secures another point from the ramp, continuing his impressive run to narrow the gap. Waze is really starting to erase that earlier deficit. Absolutely huge. He's completely erased the gap, bringing the score back to a dead heat. The tension is through the roof as they head into the final stretch. He's just on fire right now, taking total control of the match to reach match point. He's looking like the best player on the server right now. What an ending. He closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that one, showing just how dangerous he is when the pressure mounts. He'll be thrilled to get another one over Aster. What a battle. Welcome everyone to the arena. Waze enters as the clear favorite today, but Omnic is ready to fight back. Waze has won 75% of their head-to-head encounters, but that historical edge hasn't meant much lately given Omnic's most recent victory in their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can regain control early on. Omnic is currently holding the lead at 2-1. He's clearly ignoring that massive gap in their ratings. We've got a dead heat early on. These two are trading rounds back and forth. The gap in the ladder seems a bit blurry tonight. Omnic pulls ahead and now looks incredibly dangerous. He's completely outplaying the odds right now. Waze claws back and we are totally tied up. The ranked 40 seed is really making this a battle. Waze is starting to put on the pressure now, picking up a second straight win. It's tough to shake off that rough 2-16 day. Waze is on fire now, quickly taking another round to secure his lead. Just a stark contrast to that 21-18 record he's built today. Omnic answers back immediately, keeping the game tight. It's a real battle of wills for the bottom-ranked competitor here. A deadlocked clash at 5-all for these two. The lower-rated player is refusing to buckle under the pressure. What a scramble. Both players were nearly empty, but he managed to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Just one of the top 20 players doing what he does best. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, this looks exactly like what we expected. He's definitely the stronger player on the server, but Omnic is keeping him honest. Time to swap sides. Waze is playing a really impressive CS right now, putting up a positive 21-18 record throughout the day. It's a nice contrast to Omnic, who has really struggled to find any footing with a poor showing in his recent games. We'll see if that momentum carries Waze straight to the finish line. What a frantic exchange. He almost went down, but manages to claw out another victory. Another narrow escape for the higher seed. He's just completely in control now, securing another effortless victory. Just one more round for Waze to seal the deal after that effortless victory. A quick snap from Omnic to keep his hopes alive in this series. He's definitely showing some resilience despite the steep uphill climb. Unreal. He nearly went down in that chaotic trade, but manages to survive with a tiny sliver of health. He's fighting for every single point to keep this alive. Absolute perfection on the final shot to close out the series. That 5-round run in the middle really broke the momentum and put the game out of reach for Omnic. Welcome everyone. Esther and Omnic are ready to battle it out on dunes, with Esther entering the match as the favorite. Unreal. A chaotic trade of shots that barely went Esther's way, leaving him on the edge. Aster has a dominant 78% win rate in their career matches against Omnic, but this particular matchup looks like a real struggle for him right now. Considering he's coming off a tough loss to Waze in his last series, we have to wonder if he can actually find his focus here. Omnic is fighting an uphill climb at 3-1. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to show. He's simply too fast right now, securing his third straight round in a flash. Absolutely crushing it now, keeping the pressure high for a 5th straight round. A gritty exchange of fire, but he manages to scrape through with the victory. Just an unexpected shift for the number 40 ranked player. He's not backing down and secures another one to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is definitely mounting for the seed favorite. Omnic has struggled immensely today with a 217 record over the last 24 hours. It really highlights why Aster is sitting so comfortably in this match. The momentum is swinging, but the statistical gap here is just too wide for the underdog to ignore. Aster pulls ahead and now leads 7-4. He's comfortably managing this pace right now. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing his part as the favorite, though he's not making it look easy. He has a clear advantage here, but he'll need to stay sharp to keep this lead. Let's see if Omnic finds a spark. He keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the favorite pull away as the gap narrows. This underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Aster regains some breathing room at 8-6. Looking at the ladder, he's clearly in a different league of skill. Aster secures a commanding 9-6 lead. He seems to have the upper hand tonight. Both players were trading hits in a desperate scramble, but he comes out on top to move to 10. Another effortless victory as he extends that run to 4 straight. A huge gap in their experience levels is on full display. Omnic reacts faster this time, putting a stop to that long run. He's showing just enough resilience to stay in this. Omnic is starting to look really dangerous, keeping his foot on the gas to bring this game closer. He's on fire now, securing another win to keep his charging momentum going. What a scramble. Both players poured everything into that trade, but Omnic just won't stop rolling. Aster shuts down that momentum swing and is now just 1 round away from victory. Game over. He closes out the series with a decisive victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Waze and Aster are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster typically dominates this specific map with a 75% win rate. It's a much stronger showing than his general league presence suggests. He'll be looking to get back to that usual standard after a slow start today. Waze holds the lead, putting Aster on the ropes. He's carrying that confidence over from their last meeting on fast aim. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure that victory. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Waze keeps the momentum rolling with a 3-2 cushion. He's definitely finding some rhythm after that tough series loss. What a scramble! He nearly went down, but managed to scramble away with the round and the tie. Aster just completely shifted the tide, claiming 3 straight rounds to take the lead. He's just completely taken over, marking 4 straight rounds to pull ahead. Aster is definitely capitalizing on his higher ladder ranking right now. He's simply untouchable right now, putting together 5 straight for a substantial lead. Absolutely outclassed in that trade, and he keeps the streak alive for a 6th time. Waze wins the duel to keep things interesting as they head into the side swap. Just in time to snap that long run before the swap. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely capitalizing on his strong history here on orange. Waze entered as the favorite, but he'll need a quick response to avoid falling behind. Fresh start for both players here. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survived the firefight to pull his score within 1. The underdog is really starting to push back now. Aster currently holds a slim advantage in their head-to-head history, having won 82 rounds overall. It's a tight gap, but seeing him pull ahead again here suggests he's simply more comfortable in these high-pressure exchanges. It'll be tough for Waze to close this out. A precise shot puts him in control of this exchange, continuing his climb back into the game. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat with a 3-round gap. He's showing some real grit here, chipping away at that deficit. He's fighting to close the distance despite being outranked on the ladder. Wow, that was an absolute nail-biter. He manages to scrape through that fight with almost nothing left. Pure insanity in that exchange. Aster claws his way out of that scrap to reach match point. Waze is definitely feeling the weight of that ladder gap now. And there it is. Aster closes out the map in spectacular fashion to secure the victory. He's just too consistent when he gets that momentum going. Waze fought hard, but that map knowledge is just on another level. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Waze and Omnic stepping onto Mapas for this high-stakes showdown. Waze is leaning on a huge historical advantage, having won 75% of their head-to-head encounters. It makes sense that he's coming out strong here, considering how often he's dominated this specific matchup. Let's see if Omnic can find any answer today. Waze had the perfect height advantage there, using that ramp to secure another one for himself. Unreal, he barely clings to life after that chaotic brawl on the ramp, securing a huge lead. Omnic just shut that door quickly, denying Waze any value from that high ground. A tough afternoon so far for the rank 40 contender. Waze is really cruising now with a 2-round cushion. The gap in their ratings is certainly showing in these early rounds. Omnic has struggled throughout the day with a 2-18 record in his last few outings. It really explains why he's having such a hard time keeping up here. He's fighting an uphill battle against a player who's practically a wall for him. Waze is just dominating, leading comfortably at 6-3. He's really putting that 15.05 rating on display right now. A swift response from Omnic to keep his hopes alive in this series. The underdogs are starting to dig in their heels. He's refusing to back down, narrowing the deficit further before the team switch. A clean sweep of the last two for the challenger. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know, he's staying in control just like we thought he would. The skill difference is clear, but Omnic is still hanging in there for now. Time to see a new perspective. Waze extends his grip, pushing the lead to 8-5. Waze is looking just as lethal as he did in their previous clash. The challenger just clawed back another one, showing a lot of grit in this second half. That was a lightning fast trade for the trailing player. Waze pulls ahead again, now sitting on a 9-6 lead. He's really leaning into that upper half rank right now. Waze keeps the momentum rolling, making the most of that ramp position to take another round. The gap in experience is showing through as the match tilts. He completely shuts down that recovery attempt, picking Omnic right off the ramp. That's a lot of pressure for someone currently bottom 5 on the ladder. Omnic secures another point for himself, refusing to let the game slip away. Omnic is really picking up speed now, utilizing that height on the ramp to close the distance. The momentum shift is palpable right now. A sharp exchange of shots, but Waze manages to secure the edge and move into match point. Just a quick decisive finish to put him in the driver's seat. A quick reflex play by the underdog to stay in the hand. He's refusing to let this end quickly. A huge momentum swing in the closing stretch. What a finish! Waze clears the board and claims the series victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in those middle rounds, but his experience on this map just proved too much. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy today for a clash between Aster and Omnic, where the favorite looks strong. Aster owns a massive head-to-head lead with 119 wins over Omnic in their long history. But the early pressure is definitely on the higher-seeded player to recover. It will be interesting to see if Aster can shake off this slow start. Omnic is now comfortably in the driver's seat, coming off a tough run of 3 straight losses lately. Neither player is letting the other breathe. We've got a complete deadlock after 4 rounds. He's fighting hard for a spot in the top half of the ladder. What a scramble. He nearly went down, but clawed back to survive that exchange. That's a stark contrast to his struggle in today's other games. The momentum has completely shifted now as he puts up a 3rd straight victory. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another win to push that streak to 4. He's really leaning into that ranking advantage right now. Unbelievable survival. He barely walks away from that chaotic fight to reach 5 straight. He is in complete control, taking his 6th consecutive round with a lightning fast flick. A tough exchange there, but he comes out on top to keep this streak alive. His opponent has really struggled to keep pace throughout the day. He's simply not missing a beat, putting the pressure on right before the players swap sides. A rough run of form for the number 41 seed. Aster leads 10-2 heading into the break. I mean, it's a total rout. He's really putting that ranking gap on display, and Omnic has no answer for that 9-round run. Omnic needs a spark here. The speed of these encounters is just breathtaking. Aster is ending these fights before Omnic even has a chance to react. His recent victory over Waze showed just how dangerous he can be. Omnic finally found a way to shut that down and keeps himself in the game. He's usually a massive underdog in these matchups. What a battle. He almost lost that one, but he manages to outlast him in a total slugfest. He continues to find a way to win despite the pressure. A decisive blow for Omnic to halt the bleeding, though he's still facing a steep hill. Underdogs have to be perfect to pull this off. He puts up another strong fight, refusing to let the series end without a struggle. He's clearly starting to feel more confident with the rifle. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. A complete shutdown. He's just far too consistent for the 41st seed to keep up with. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Waze and Aster stepping onto red line to see who comes out on top. Aster comes out strong, picking him off right as he was pushing up the ramp. The higher ranked side looks a step ahead early on. Aster leads the lifetime head-to-head with 83 wins. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle Waze, but that historical edge might not matter as much today. We'll see if the momentum shifts as this one heats up. Aster is just dominating with a huge 3-1 lead. Waze is refusing to let the lead slip away too far. He's definitely pushing back against that early pressure. It's a closer fight than the rankings would suggest. We've got a dead heat now. Waze has fully recovered. A very clean look at the lobby for both competitors. Aster manages to reclaim a slender 1-round advantage. He's been looking sharp today, sporting a solid 26-13 record. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room today. They're trading rounds back and forth. Neither one is giving an inch tonight. Aster keeps his nose ahead by a single round. Waze is usually the favorite here, but he's struggling to keep the lead. We are perfectly tied at 5 apiece. He's proving to be a tough out today, despite those rankings. Aster is really holding his ground here, proving that his early advantage is still very much alive. The top 15 ranking seems to be paying off for him. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's really making a case for that upset. He seems to have an edge on red line with that 60% win rate, and it's reflecting in the score right now. Time to see how they adapt. Aster is just completely outclassing him right now, shutting down the ramp and pushing his lead to 3. He's been finding a lot of success today across multiple maps. Unbelievable, Aster barely survives that encounter from the ramp, clutching on with just 8 health. He simply refuses to let a single round slip. That was effortless. He's back on top and taking full control of the map. Waze quickly answers back to get this round on the board. He is certainly putting a lot of work in during this long session. Aster is really putting a grip on his map, and it's starting to look like a very one-sided affair. He manages to survive a wild firefight and takes Waze off the ramp to reach match point. That's another nail biter where he just barely edges it out. And that is it. Aster shuts the door and takes the series. Waze fought hard to keep it close early on, but he just couldn't shut down that late surge. Welcome everyone, we have Waze and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. What a scrap. Both players were nearly depleted, but Omnic managed to scrap through the chaos to take the lead. Waze is clearly the superior force here, holding a massive 166-54 head-to-head lead over Omnic. You know, it makes sense that he's currently in control, given his higher position on the ladder. The only real question is if Omnic can actually find a way to pull off the upset. Unbelievable. Waze barely survives that absolute war, clawing out the victory to tie the set. Omnic holds a slight edge as we head back in. It's a rough day for the lower seeded player, but he's fighting back. Omnic is really starting to build some momentum now, just catching Waze as he tried to hold the ramp. He's just not letting up, stacking another one onto that streak. Really surprising to see given how struggled his last few matches have been. Waze secures an effortless kill from the ramp to narrow the gap. Still looks like the higher seeded player is figuring things out. Omnic has suffered through a brutal 220 run over the last day, so yeah, this performance is a massive departure from how he's been playing. It's a complete flip of his recent form. I wonder if Waze is starting to feel the pressure of this unexpected push. He just rips through that target on the ramp, extending his lead to 8-3. Waze is usually so commanding in these meetings. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a complete shock. He's simply outplaying a much higher ranked opponent right now, and the favorite looks completely lost. Time for the sides to swap. Waze is definitely starting to fight back, catching Omnic right as he stepped onto the ramp. He's fighting for his first win of the day. After that rough start, Omnic remains firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. The 19 ranked player is finally starting to show his class. Omnic is just dominating here, sitting pretty at 10-5. Waze has definitely found a way to slow the pace down, refusing to let Omnic cruise to a quick victory. Omnic quickly shut that down, catching Waze right as he tried to play from the ramp. It's almost unheard of for someone rated this low to lead by 5. The momentum has shifted slightly. Waze is really putting up a fight to keep this game within reach. Omnic gets the upper hand here and now needs just one more to seal the deal. Waze is refusing to go quietly, shutting down that attempt at a closing victory. Absolutely incredible. Omnic secures the final kill and completes the upset. He's just completely reversed his fortunes today, snapping that losing streak in the most spectacular way possible. What a result! Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster is looking strong as the favorite today, but Omnic is ready for the fight. Aster has completely dominated this rivalry with a 78% head-to-head win rate. It's definitely a surprise to see him trailing right now, given how he typically handles this specific opponent. We'll see if this is just a slow start. Aster is pulling ahead with a slim lead. He's already playing with a significant advantage on the ladder. Aster looks completely unstoppable right now, securing his third straight round with a flawless flick. Omnic is really feeling the pressure after that rough 320 run today. What a fight! He clings to life by a thread to scrape out this victory. And just like that, Omnic forces a dead heat. He's playing out of his mind for someone ranked 38. Aster regains control to take a one-round lead. He's certainly maintaining that historical dominance. Unreal. Both of them were shredded in that exchange, but Omnic barely edges it out. He's just refusing to go down today. Omnic holds a narrow one-round edge heading into 9. It's a complete flip from their previous encounter today. Tied up at 5-all, it's anyone's game. A very solid run for the top 15 talent tonight. Omnic is staring down a real uphill climb here, having lost his grip on the momentum. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly this is exactly what we expected to see. He's keeping his poise and managing the pace, though Omnic is definitely fighting for every single point. Time for the side switch. Aster has put together a huge 27-12 run over the last day. That kind of form is exactly why he's dominating these exchanges right now. Omnic simply doesn't have the answers for this level of precision. Omnic stays aggressive and lands a perfect shot, proving he's not going to buckle up. The pressure is mounting as he looks to close the gap. He's putting on a clinic right now, quickly erasing the lead with a perfectly timed shot. The gap in the rankings isn't meaning much right now. Simply untouchable right now. He has completely erased that deficit to bring things level. The underdog is completely playing his own game now. Aster manages to answer back and takes the lead again. The higher seed is finally shaking off the rust. He just couldn't be touched in that exchange, leveling the series at 9-9. It's a complete deadlock in this series. He's simply too gritty right now, claiming another round to move back into the lead. He's on a tear, extending his run to 3 straight kills. The odds were heavily against him coming into this. He's just on another level right now, putting the pressure on Aster with a quick outplay to reach match point. Absolutely incredible. Omnic storms back from the deficit to close out the series. He just completely flipped the script on a guy who usually owns this matchup totally out of nowhere. What a performance. Welcome everyone, we've got Waze and Aster facing off on orange to see who comes out on top today. Aster really thrives here with a 75% win rate on this map. And it's not just a fluke, considering his historical dominance over Waze in their head-to-head series. He looks very comfortable in the driver's seat early on. Aster holds the edge now, leading 2-1. The number 13 seed is really asserting himself early. They're trading blows right now, and we've got a dead heat early on. The underdog can definitely hold his own in this series. Waze has flipped the script, now leading 3-2. A complete turnaround after that 13-6 defeat earlier today. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another to put a firm grip on this set. Aster answers right back to keep this game tight. He's really trying to shake off that tough match against Omnic. Waze is currently fighting a tough uphill battle despite the scoreline, as he is only winning 46% of his total matches over a massive sample size. It's clear he's fighting a mental battle here today, and the question is whether he can maintain this momentum against a stronger overall opponent. Waze is really pulling away with a 6-4 cushion. Aster has been quite prolific today with 26 total wins. They're trading rounds left and right, making this an incredibly volatile series to call. He's currently sitting at 13 on the ladder. We're all square at 6 apiece. And honestly, this is playing out exactly how we predicted. Waze is proving why he's the favorite today, despite Aster having a much stronger record on this map. Time for a clean slate. Aster claws back to take a narrow 1-round lead. He's certainly making the most of his 26 wins today. Waze just keeps answering, pushing us back to a 7-7 deadlock. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, refusing to let Waze breathe for more than a single round. Aster is pulling ahead with a 2-round cushion. The momentum has completely shifted back in his favor. An absolute shut out of a round, and he's now comfortably in control with 3 straight. A gutsy stand from Waze to shut down that run and keep his hopes alive. He really needed to find a way to shake the momentum. Waze is showing a lot of heart here, keeping the pressure high with another untouched round. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health left. That was a total nail-biter of a fight. Aster shuts that door quickly to put himself in a prime position to finish this series. Waze is really feeling the pressure now. Unbelievable! Aster wraps up the series with a lightning-fast finish to secure the victory. Waze really fought for every single round, but he just couldn't find that final push. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Italy. Waze takes on Omnic in a fast-paced match where the clear favorite looks to dominate. What a fight. Omnic barely survives that exchange, clutching the first round by a hair. Waze holds a massive lifetime lead with 166 wins over Omnic. But that history is quickly becoming irrelevant as Omnic carries a huge amount of confidence from their recent head-to-head meeting. Waze needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum before he falls too far behind. That's a strong response from Waze, who completely shuts him down to get back in this. That's exactly the kind of response we expected from the favorite. Omnic is simply cruising right now with a 4-1 lead. He's really defying that rating gap today. Omnic is absolutely punishing Waze to move ahead 5-1. Wow, he barely scrapes through that one. He fights off the pressure to push the score to 6-1. He's really playing with a different level of poise today. Another flawless exchange and he's now taking full control of this match. He's really defying the lower ranking right now. A sudden reflexive flick and Waze finds his target instantly. A welcome bit of stability for the favorite. Waze has been struggling lately, having dropped his last 3 matches, including a narrow one just moments ago. So yeah, it feels like he's fighting an uphill battle against his own confidence. The a priori advantage isn't helping him at all right now. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, the script has been flipped completely. He's ignoring that poor 18% map win rate and simply outclassing the top-ranked player right now. Waze is fighting for his life here. Looking for any spark to reverse his luck today. Omnic is just out of reach now, leading 10-4. The gap in the ladder is really invisible right now. An absolute war of attrition. He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. He's still fighting to shake off a tough run of 3 straight losses. Waze claws back around to make it 6-10. He's certainly bringing more of that career-long experience to the table now. A total lockdown here. He just can't be stopped and makes it 3 straight. The momentum swings back to Omnic after a brief exchange. He shuts that comeback attempt down immediately and is now just a single round away from victory. A lightning fast response from the underdog to keep the dream alive. The higher seed is finally finding some footing. Waze just tore through that engagement without taking a single point of damage. That's a remarkably clean sequence from him. Absolute perfection on the final shot to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the expectations going into this series. Omnic is officially on a tear right now. Welcome to Dunes. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, and the favorite is looking for a strong victory. Aster holds a huge overall lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 80% of their past encounters. It's interesting because Omnic actually managed to take their most recent meeting. Now the question is if that previous victory gives him enough confidence to pull an upset today. He's just too fast right now, taking a complete shutout into the next round. The gap in the rankings is starting to look a bit real. The momentum is shifting completely as Aster takes a commanding lead. The skill difference between these two is showing itself early. He's just untouchable right now, claiming a perfect 5th round to keep the shutout intact. Unbelievable, Omnic claws back around in a total firefight, surviving with a sliver of health. Aster has been absolutely on fire today with a 27-10 record across his matches. Well, that high volume of wins explains why he's so comfortable as he pushes for a double-digit lead. It will be tough for Omnic to mount any kind of comeback with his current pace. Aster's just cruising along with a dominant 7-2 lead. The class difference between these two is on full display. Omnic is making a stand and refusing to let the lead slide too far away. The underdog is fighting back to close that gap. Aster still firmly in control at 7-4. Omnic is really making a case for himself today. We head into the break with Aster leading 7-5. I mean, it's basically playing out as we thought it would. He holds a comfortable edge despite a few tough rounds from the underdog. Time to see who blinks first. Aster strikes again to pull ahead 8-5. A huge weight off his shoulders after the tight stretch. Aster hits 9 and is practically idling now. The difference in their ladder placements is becoming a factor. Omnic is keeping this a fight, refusing to let Aster slide into a comfortable victory. What a scrap! Omnic manages to edge out that exchange to bring the score to 7-9. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to regain his footing. A much more comfortable position than where he's been lately. Aster is really starting to put some distance between himself and Omnic now. A tough day so far for a guy with only 5 wins. Omnic is showing a lot of resilience here, fighting back to keep this game well within reach. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Omnic barely survives the carnage to keep this rally alive. Omnic is simply on a roll now, shutting things down instantly for another effortless victory. Aster shuts down the rally right here and puts himself on the brink of victory. The pressure is clearly mounting for the challenger now. What a finish. Aster shuts the door completely and secures the match. He really had to grind it out there. But that's just the kind of grit he's showing today. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Waze and Aster facing off on map pass for this match. Aster has a significant overall advantage with a 61% all-time win rate. He's clearly entering this match with a lot of confidence after a strong day so far. We'll see if he can use that momentum to keep the pressure on. Waze is starting to seize control of the pace here, using that height on the ramp to secure another lead. We've hit a dead heat with both at 2. His higher rank is starting to show in these exchanges. Waze pulls ahead, now leading 3-2. Waze is really fighting back after those tough losses earlier. Both players are perfectly matched so far, and it looks like we're in for a real grind. Waze holds a slim edge now, leading 4-3. Aster has definitely played better in their most recent encounters. Waze has a dismal 40% win rate over his last 10 matches. And honestly, this is a surprising turn of events given how outclassed he should be. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this streak alive against a vastly superior opponent. He is simply untouchable right now, extending the gap to 7-3. He is just in a different gear right now, securing another effortless round as the half draws to a close. Waze goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Okay, so he's definitely proving why the oddsmakers had him as the slight favorite here. He looks sharp and completely in control of this map. Time for Aster to wake up. Waze keeps the pressure on, pushing it to 10-3. The momentum shift is drastic considering their match on Orange just recently. Aster manages to push him off that ramp, pulling one back in this series. The higher rated player is finally starting to put up a fight. Waze is just cruising along with a 10-5 lead. He's definitely finding his footing after a solid 27-10 day. Waze is reacting instantly, shutting down that small rally in a heartbeat. Aster is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let this match slip away completely. He's showing a bit more resolve than in their match on Orange. Aster is starting to put some serious pressure on Waze, putting together a few impressive rounds in a row. That was a brutal back and forth, but he manages to outlast the exchange and keep his run going. Aster has that veteran composure today, mirroring his recent form. He's just refusing to quit, keeping his streak alive to close the gap even further. What a statement response. He shuts down that rally and now stands on the edge of victory. Unreal, Aster barely walks away from that exchange, digging deep to keep his hopes alive. A gutsy effort to keep this series alive. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and somehow he survives with a sliver of health to keep the dream alive. Incredible, Aster cleans him off the ramp to force a stalemate at 12 all. Total reset coming into the final frames. He's simply not letting up, securing another point in this incredible surge. He's proving why he has the higher rating in this clutch. He's completely taken over the map, putting up 5 straight to secure a 2-point lead. The higher ranked player has finally found a way to close it out. Massive response from Waze, ending that run in a flash to close the gap. That was an effortless piece of work, putting the pressure squarely back on Waze. The gap in experience is starting to weigh on this matchup. What a way to end it. Aster storms back from that huge deficit to claim the series victory. He was just barely hanging on at those low health marks, but those narrow escapes really paid off. Truly a wild ride. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Waze and Omnic facing off today to see who takes the victory. Waze is used to winning this pairing, holding a massive 75% career success rate against Omnic. I mean, he's historically been the better player in this matchup, so a strong start isn't surprising. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can push him to the limit this time. Waze holds a slim lead as we head into round 4. Waze really needs to bounce back from his tough series of losses. These matches are flying by. We're seeing some incredibly fast reactions from both sides today. Waze was just too quick there, shutting down Omnic's attempt to hold the ramp. Omnic is struggling to close the gap at 4-2. He's really capitalizing on the skill gap today. Omnic is fighting back, trailing by just 1 now. He's playing with a lot of confidence after their last encounter on Italy. P. Omnic just can't be stopped right now, clearing Waze right off that ramp to take the lead. Waze just needs to stay sharp as he puts an end to Omnic's little run with that clean kill. Omnic reads him perfectly, catching Waze right as he tried to peek from the ramp. Waze has had a brutal run of games recently. Omnic takes a narrow lead as we enter round 11. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It is a bit of a shock to see the underdog controlling the pace here. We expected the top-rated player to dominate, but Omnic is outplaying him so far. Time to see how the reset goes. unreal. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to keep himself in the game. He's certainly fighting for some redemption after those tough losses. Waze is starting to surge again, cleaning up from the ramp to get this series totally deadlocked. He's simply on fire right now, strolling into another effortless round. Omnic wins the duel on the ramp to bring this series back to a draw. Hard to believe how far the lower ranked man has come today. Omnic holds the upper hand at 9-8. He's really making a statement today after that 13-9 result earlier. Waze earns a quick win from the ground, clearing Omnic right off the ramp to tie it up. Waze is really putting the pressure on now, taking control from that ramp position. Omnic just outreacted him again, pushing him right off that ramp to tie things up. Neither of these two has found any real stability tonight. Waze is really tightening his grip on the game now, putting himself in a prime spot to close this out. He is really fighting for a positive day after that 18-19 stretch. We are headed for an absolute nail-biter as we approach the final stretch of this series. The rank 37 man is simply refusing to back down. Absolutely seamless. He just erased Omnic from the ramp to move within a single round of victory. What a way to close it out. Waze secures the final exchange and takes the victory. He barely held on there, but that's all he needed to snap the streak. Omnic pushed him to the absolute brink. He had to work for that. Welcome to Orange. Aster and Omnic are ready to go, and the favorite looks strong heading into this match. Aster has won 78% of their career encounters. It's a massive historical lead that makes this opening round quite a surprise. We have to wonder if Omnic is finally finding a way to crack the code today. Omnic now holds a slim lead over Aster. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence than his usual results suggest. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early, and it's starting to look like a serious upset. A complete shutout as he secures another rapid victory. He refuses to go quietly, digging in to narrow this gap. Both players took damage here, but Aster outlasts him to keep this rally going. The top seed is finally starting to fight back. Absolute perfection from him to level the series. We are all square at 4-4. He is absolutely unstoppable right now, seizing the lead with a pristine flick. This is exactly why the pre-match expectations were so high. A brutal exchange of fire, but he comes out on top to secure a 5th straight victory. It is an oppressive shift in power as he asserts total control. He is on fire, outdueling his opponent in another intense fight to reach a 6-round streak. It's a daunting spot for Omnic to be in. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how the script was written for the top seed. He's in the driver's seat here, just as we expected from the higher rated player. Let's see if the roles reverse. Omnic reacts instantly to snap that streak and keep his hopes alive. A really sharp reaction to keep this game tight. The underdog is showing plenty of grit today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to push his advantage to 8-6. He's really clawing his way back into the lead. He's keeping his foot on the gas, staying aggressive to keep the pressure high. The underdog is refusing to buckle under that pressure. He manages to survive another close scrap, bringing the series right back to a deadlock. The momentum has shifted entirely in favor of the underdog. He's completely in control now, securing a 3rd straight round to climb further ahead. This is quite a turnaround for the lower ranked competitor. What a statement, he just shut that down instantly to lock the series at 9-9. A clean reset right here. Omnic is showing incredible resolve, continuing this surge to take a 10-round lead. What a response! He just completely shut that down to bring us level again. Neither side is willing to blink as we head into the final stretch. Omnic is showing real steel, reacting just a hair faster to move his lead to 11-10. And the deadlock returns. Aster has fought his way back into a dead heat. A real battle of nerves for both of them. What a performance. He's practically untouchable right now and just 1 round away from victory. He just completely outplayed the other, forcing this series into an epic overtime deadlock. What a fight! Aster refuses to break and takes a commanding lead in this overtime thriller. The higher ranked star is simply refusing to let this slip. What a slugfest. He manages to scrape through another battle to pull further ahead in the overtime. He's making it look like a routine day at the office. Aster keeps the streak alive to put himself just 1 step away from victory. What an incredible way to close it out. Aster storms back to take the match. Omnic really pushed him to the brink today, but the veteran just wouldn't let go in that overtime stretch. He really had to sweat it out. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for a great matchup between Waze and Aster. Let's see who takes the win. Aster enters this one as a clear favorite with the top quartile ranking. But Waze has the confidence from a very tight victory right before this match. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum helps him overcome the skill gap today. Aster is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. That dominance mirrors his 28-9 run across the day. Waze is refusing to back down. He's keeping this one dead even as we head into the next round. Waze just snatched the lead, putting him up 3-2. He's definitely making the most of his 18-19 record today. Aster claws back and we are all square at 3 apiece. It's a tough spot for Waze, having dropped their most recent head-to-head as well. Aster starting to pick up some speed here, quickly moving ahead by 1. His overall win rate is way higher over the long haul. What a fight, both players were nearly out of health, but he managed to scrape through with the win. He's clearly in top form, matching that strong recent pace. Waze responds instantly, bringing the score right back to a 1-round gap. Aster has a strong historical advantage here with a 60% win rate on this map, and you can tell he's feeling very comfortable with the way he's controlling the pace right now. It'll be a tough climb for Waze to close this gap. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, he's playing like the better player here, and it looks like the underdog is on track to secure a big win. Waze needs a spark here. Waze closes the gap to 6-7 after that huge play. That was a lightning fast exchange. He's proving a lot tougher to put away than the ranked 12 favorite might expect. Unbelievable. Waze has fought his way back to a dead heat. A huge shift in energy from how this matchup started. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting a third straight victory in the books. He's just not missing a beat, taking a complete lockdown of this match with another effortless win. Aster answers back quickly to keep the gap small. He's got an edge in their overall career head-to-head. Waze is really surging ahead with a 10-8 advantage. He's really defying those 46% all-time odds today. Aster strikes back, leaving Waze with a slim 1-point cushion. He's really looking to repeat that success from their last meeting. Waze is really putting the screws to Aster right now, consistently winning these fast trades. A complete shutout in that exchange, and now Waze is just a single round away from victory. Tough fight there, but Aster shows plenty of heart by surviving that exchange. Waze has been remarkably consistent tonight despite the lower seed. What an answer. He keeps the dream alive with another flawless round. Just in time to keep this a close fight. Absolute perfection from Aster to force the tie, erasing everything Waze built up. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Unbelievable. He simply outduels his opponent and claims a 5th straight victory. A cold-blooded way to seize the advantage. Huge response here. Waze stops that run of momentum to bring everything back to an even split. Waze is simply out-reacting Aster right now, and he is one step closer to putting this match away. He's absolutely relentless, securing another victory and putting himself on the verge of a huge win. What a response from Aster, shutting that down instantly to keep the fight alive. Waze is fighting hard to keep his head above water. What a gritty play to survive that exchange and put himself one round away from victory. He has completely wiped away that deficit. Aster moves ahead 16-15 with an incredible clutch. Waze brings us back to a deadlock at 16-0. Aster takes a precarious one-round lead at 17-16. A tough spot to be in for the lower-ranked man. Both these guys are locked in at 17 apiece. He's refusing to be intimidated by the ranking difference. Waze finds the opening to edge ahead 18-17. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seed. And Aster levels it up to 18-18. Neither man can pull away in this episode. Aster just barely pulls ahead to a 19-18 lead. Waze ties it up at 19. We're back to a draw. After finds the edge and takes a slender lead. Expectations are leaning heavily in his favor at this stage. Aster extends his lead to 21-19 with that play. He is just locking in at the perfect time. Aster is pulling away, now leading 22-19. He really clawed his way back from the brink to seal that one. Waze played out of his mind today, but he just couldn't find that final push. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on red line today for a match between Waze and Omnic. Waze enters as the favorite here. Waze has been far more successful in the past, winning about 75% of their meetings. That history is a huge factor since he's already secured the first round here. We'll see if Omnic can find any answer to that pressure. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic is playing the ramp perfectly right now. He's completely flipped the script on this series. He really seems to be shaking off those recent losses. Unbelievable, he barely survives that brawl from the ramp to take a 3-round lead. Waze has definitely struggled in his last few matches today. That was a brutal trade of damage, but Waze pulls through to even things up at 3-3. The gap in their ladders really shows in these tight moments. What a scramble! Both players were nearly gone, but Omnic just barely manages to hold on. The rating difference between these two is quite significant. We've got a dead heat now for all. The gap in their rankings is definitely feeling narrow right now. Waze claws back ahead, putting him up 5-4. He's certainly not letting his recent loss to Aster shake him. He's completely taken over this match, winning 3 straight after that battle on the ramp. Omnic's had a rough run of it lately with only 5 wins today. Waze is just on fire right now, barely taking any damage to keep the streak alive. He's making that ranking difference felt in this series. Waze takes the 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything here is going exactly as predicted. That 5-round run really solidified his lead and put Omnic on the defensive. Omnic really needs a clean slate here. Incredible fight. Omnic manages to push through and take Waze off the ramp in a total scrap. It's a hard-fought recovery for the lower-rated man in this pairing. Totally clean sequence there as Omnic secures another win to keep the pressure mounting. Looking at his recent activity, Omnic is having a brutal time with a 5:23 record today. So yeah, it's clear the mental fatigue is starting to set in. He just can't seem to find the consistency needed to close this gap. Just another effortless kill as he secures a 3-round run to climb to 11. He catches him right off the ramp and now just needs one more to take it all. Everything is falling in line with how we expected this to go. What a way to close it out. He takes the final round completely untouched to secure the victory. Omnic really fought hard in those tight spots, but the skill gap was just too much today. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Mappas, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster is absolutely crushing this specific matchup, holding a commanding 100+ round lead in their overall history. It's easy to see why the confidence is so high when Omnic has been struggling through a heavy losing streak today. He'll need a big shift in energy to avoid another landslide. Omnic answers back immediately by picking him off the ramp, keeping things tight early on. Unbelievable. He claws his way through a chaotic exchange to secure the lead back, clinging to life with just 13 health. Aster regains the edge, pulling ahead 3-2. That's a huge contrast to the 5-20 losses Omnic has dealt with today. Omnic levels the playing field at a dead heat 3-3. Hard to believe the huge gap in their ratings right now. Aster manages to pull ahead again, showing exactly why he holds such a massive lead in their head-to-head history. Aster has been absolutely lethal today with a 29-8 record over the last day. I mean, the gap in their form is staggering right now. It looks like he's completely figured out Omnic's patterns, and that momentum is starting to feel overwhelming. Aster is pulling away now, leading by a 2-round margin. The top 12 rank is starting to show. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, and Omnic barely escapes with his life to close out the first half. He's definitely finding his confidence heading into the break. We've got a 6 deadlock at the break. I mean, Omnic is fighting way harder than we expected for a player coming off a 4-game slide. He's staying resilient, but Aster is still the one to beat here. Time to see who blinks first. Aster takes in narrow, a grip on the lead. A tough spot for a player currently ranked 37th in the league. Aster's now comfortably ahead with an 8-6 cushion. It's becoming a very long day for the 37th ranked player. A gritty back and forth exchange, but he keeps his cool to extend the run. A brutal contrast to the 25% win rate the underdog holds here. Omnic just shrugged off the pressure with a perfect shot, showing he's not going down without a fight. He's refusing to let this slide into a blowout. He's putting on a clinic right now, shutting everything down without taking any damage. Absolute purity in that spray just completely erased him. And Aster is stretching his lead to a 2-round gap. His recent form has been far more consistent than his opponents. Omnic stays gritty, proving he can hang with the favorite in this battle. The gap in skill is barely showing on the scoreboard. What a response. He keeps the charge going to bring this game right back to a tie. The momentum has completely shifted in this stalemate. What a scramble. Aster barely survives that fight from the ramp to take a 1-round lead. He really fought for that one, barely walking away with any health. An effortless stop to put things back on even ground, completing a huge surge by the underdog. The pressure is mounting as we head into the final stretch. He simply refuses to break, taking control of the server and putting himself on match point. His confidence is through the roof right now. What a huge response to force this series into overtime. He's really fighting to keep this series from sliding away. Pure speed from Omnic to secure the lead, barely letting his opponent breathe. Just an absolute blink and you miss it encounter there. Simply untouchable. He manages to extinguish Aster's momentum and puts himself firmly in control. Aster is really digging in here, refusing to let the series slip away just like that. A much needed stop for the top 12 seed. He is absolutely on fire, shutting down the challenge to put himself just one step away from victory. He's making the most of this huge wave of momentum. Aster refuses to go quietly, keeping the hope alive in this overtime thriller. A really crisp piece of work to get back in the game. He secures another one from the ramp, bringing this marathon back to a deadlock. Total deadlock as we push even deeper into this overtime slog. Omnic just barely edges ahead in this absolute nail biter. Aster just clamped down, forcing a dead heat at 16-all. Omnic edges forward, holding a precarious one-round advantage. Neither side is budging as Aster locks it at 17. The experience edge is starting to surface. Omnic takes the lead, putting Aster on the defensive. A total reversal of the expected outcome today. Omnic pulls ahead to a 19-17 lead right now. I honestly can't believe what we just saw. To walk away with this one after everything they've been through in this rivalry is just legendary. He really earned that. Welcome everyone, we've got Waze and Aster facing off on Fast Aim today. Let's see who comes out on top. What a scramble. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster managed to scrap through as the victor. Aster is currently boasting an impressive 28-8 record over the last day. He's clearly the more confident player entering this session. We have to see if that momentum helps him overcome Waze's stubbornness in these early rounds. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as we restart. His superior rank is showing as he keeps the pressure high. Aster is just completely ignoring the height advantage and shutting Waze down from the ramp. He's been clinical in their head-to-heads lately. They're completely tied up now. This is getting tense. Waze is definitely looking to flip the script after a tough Italy P loss. Waze finally edges ahead with a 4-3 lead. The rank 12 guy is starting to feel the heat. They are swapping rounds back and forth, refusing to let the other build any real speed. Aster has generally controlled their lifetime matchups. Aster claws back the lead and sits at 5. That was a remarkably clean cut to take the lead. Waze forces a tie-break, making it 5-all. Waze is really fighting back from that loss in Italy. Waze is really starting to stack up the rounds here, using that high ground to hold the lead. He's absolutely locked in on the defense right now. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The top dog is doing exactly what we expected. He managed to chain 3 rounds together and he's looking very comfortable right now. Let's see Aster answer back. Aster earns the round by hanging back on the ramp, keeping this whole series incredibly tight. His recent form has been a complete tear. Waze is fighting hard to flip the script after those 87 total wins for Aster in their head-to-head. Well, despite that historical gap, Waze looks like he has the tactical edge today. He really needs to keep this pressure up if he wants to close out the series. Aster secures a lightning-fast round, refusing to let his opponent pull away. That's a quick response to keep the gap manageable. Waze is pulling away now with a 10-7 cushion. He is really making a statement despite being lower on the ladder. Aster finds another opening from the ramp, showing some real guts in this series. That was an incredibly fast exchange to stop the slide. Waze is just a step faster right now, looking extremely sharp in these quick exchanges. Waze puts on another show from the ramp, bringing him to match point. The pressure is just too much for Aster to handle right now. Aster finds a way back, dropping the leader right off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He just found a way to stay in the game. He is refusing to break, shutting down the match point attempt with a perfect sequence. He's really digging in his heels to prolong this fight. Another huge win for Aster from the ramp, keeping this fight alive. The tide has completely shifted in these last few exchanges. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal firefight to pull the game level. Absolutely wild to see such a swing in momentum right here. He recovers the momentum immediately, putting himself right back in front. The gap in the ladder means nothing when he's playing this sharp. Waze is starting to look dangerous here, putting together a really strong run to reclaim control. What a fierce exchange, but Waze maintains his lead and puts the pressure right back on. Absolute shutdown of the momentum swing. Absolutely breathless. Waze closes out the series with a total shutdown of the map. He really dug deep to overcome that early deficit and take this series. Aster fought until the very last second. What a match. Welcome to Dunes. Waze and Omnic are ready to go, with the favorite looking to secure another strong victory. Waze holds a massive historical lead with 168 wins against Omnic's 56. It's surprising to see him struggle in these early moments, given how typically he controls the pace. He'll need to shake off this slow start to avoid a real upset. Waze is pulling ahead and looks really dangerous now. Waze is simply on another level right now, taking the round without losing a single point of health. He's totally in control, taking another round without taking any damage. Just a blur of movement and he's already took the lead further. He just can't find a way through. That's 6 straight for Waze. It's an echoing result from their last encounter. He's absolutely crushing it, picking up yet another effortless round. Omnic is really struggling to find any answers today. Finally, a glimpse of life from Omnic to put a stop to that run. Waze has a 51% win rate here, and he really should be dictating the pace on a map where he has such a historical advantage. Well, we're seeing a very different story now with the momentum shifting. It'll be interesting to see if he can snap this skid before it gets out of hand. Waze heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the analysts expected the map to go. He looks strong and composed as he pushes for a double-digit lead. Time to see if the gap stays wide. Omnic claws back one, leaving Waze up 8-5. Tough day so far for Omnic, but he's staying in the fight. Waze extends his lead again, now sitting comfortably at 9-5. A familiar result echoing that 13-6 win in their previous match. Waze is really putting the pressure on now, and he looks completely unbothered by the pace of this match. He's totally back in the driver's seat, ending that brief rally with ease. Omnic keeps the pressure on, shutting that exchange down instantly. A huge fight from the lower rated player here. Waze claws back the advantage, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's really asserting his authority as the higher ranked seed. What a finale. He secures the final exchange to close out the series. He's just continuing that dominant run of form we've seen from him throughout the day. Welcome everyone. Aster and Omnic are stepping onto orange today for a high-stakes duel. Aster enters as the favorite here. Aster holds a massive advantage in their lifetime head-to-head, which is clearly showing in the early stages. It's a huge disparity in skill, but Omnic is the one who actually won their most recent meeting. He'll be hoping that specific confidence helps him close this gap. What a scrap. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to get back into the game. The lower-seeded player is definitely feeling his shot right now. Aster is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. That side of the bracket just feels stronger today. Aster's just cruising through this, leading 4-1. A tough run for Omnic, who struggled recently with a 625 record today. A tough trade-off here, but he manages to win the duel and keep things moving. He's definitely fighting back to stay in the mix. He is putting up a real fight, claiming another round to close the distance. The gap is closing fast now. Aster is currently putting up an impressive 27-9 record for the day. Well, that kind of form makes the current scoreline look even more like a slight dip in performance for him. He needs to stabilize this match and reclaim his dominant side of the map. Aster's back on top, leading 6-4. His overall track record against this opponent is practically unmatched. Everything is just happening too quickly for Omnic right now. Those last two rounds were over in an instant. Aster takes the lead 8-4. And honestly, this is exactly how we thought the map would start. He's leaning on that 76% win rate here to keep Omnic at arm's length. Time to swap and reset. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. It's a tough spot for a player currently sitting at rank 37. Omnic claws back one more, bringing it to 9-5. It's a massive gap in ratings to overcome at this stage. Aster is simply too fast today. He's shutting down everything Omnic tries. That high ground in the rankings is definitely providing some cushion. Aster is pulling away now, extending it to 10-6. He's certainly playing like a man with nothing to lose. Aster is really putting the pressure on now as he edges closer to wrapping things up. Omnic is showing a lot of grit right now, refusing to let this match slip away quietly. He's trying to recapture that magic from their last head-to-head. A perfectly clean shot puts him on the verge of victory. Pure speed on that final engagement. Absolutely effortless. Aster closes out the series with a final crushing blow. He really just puts an exclamation point on that rivalry today, proving why he's such a nightmare for Omnic. Welcome to the red line map. We have Waze and Aster facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Waze makes a strong statement early, taking control of the ramp for a quick start. Aster is coming in with a strong 28-9 record over the last day. He's definitely looking more consistent right now than Waze. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum keeps him in the driver's seat. Waze is really putting on the pressure right now, capitalizing on that ramp height to extend the lead. Absolutely flawless reaction. He's now taken 3 in a row to firmly grasp the lead. Unreal. He barely clings to life, but manages to drag Aster off the ramp for another win. Waze is just outclassing him right now, putting a total stop to any momentum Aster had. Waze just refuses to let up, securing another one from the ramp. He's not letting a higher rank stand in his way. Aster finally answers back, claiming a victory from the ramp. Aster needs to lean on that lifelong head-to-head advantage if he wants to close this gap. Another clean win for Aster, and he's starting to chip away at that lead. The higher rated player is finally starting to assert himself. That was a fierce trade, but the momentum stays with Aster as he continues this hot streak. He's proving why he holds the overall lead in their history. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a very balanced start that fits the pre-match projections. Aster is fighting hard, but he needs to find a way to stop those long runs from Waze. Let's see a fresh start here. Waze has already beaten Aster recently with a 16-12 victory on another map. It's clear that he's not intimidated by the rankings gap in this series. Now he's proving that he can hold his ground here, regardless of the history. Waze secures another win from the ramp, keeping a healthy distance between them. He's certainly feeling confident after that 13-6 victory against Omnic. Waze is cruising now, extending his lead to 10-6. He just can't find a way to stop the bleeding, and that's another effortless point for Waze. Aster pulls this one back, picking him right off the ramp. He's still fighting a steep climb to reach 10. That's a crisp shot by Waze, putting him just 1 point away from the victory. Aster is simply out of options at this stage. Aster stays sharp, popping Waze right off the ramp to keep the game alive. A huge confidence boost for him after that play. Aster secures another victory from the ramp to slow the pace. The momentum is definitely shifting in this clutch window. What a finish! Waze shuts the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really leaned into that one fast kill and just ran away with it. A huge result for the lower seed here. Welcome to the arena. Waze takes on Omnic today, though the favorite will likely be looking for another dominant win. Waze owns a massive 75% win rate in their head-to-head history. He usually looks completely untouchable in this specific pairing. But the early momentum isn't mirroring that dominance today. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually shake the long-term trend. Omnic is surging ahead, holding a slim 2-1 lead. He's really defying his rank right now. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but he managed to claw back and survive with just 2 HP. He's taking complete control of the pace, now extending the lead to 4. Hard to believe it, given the rating gap between these two. Waze is refusing to go away, putting an end to that run with a perfect shot. A bit of a reality check for the favorite right now. What an absolute slugfest. He barely scrapes through the engagement, showing some serious grit to stay alive. The momentum is shifting back toward the Omnic has really struggled throughout the day, coming in with a 6-26 record over the last 24 hours. It's interesting to see him push through that fatigue to keep this narrow lead. He'll need to stay this focused to pull off the upset. Omnic is just untouchable right now, securing a huge lead with another effortless win. A hard-fought encounter that ends with him coming out on top. A strong showing from the number 21 seed. Omnic takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of how we expected this to look. He's playing above his rank today, and we might be looking at a huge upset. Time for a fresh start. He is staying stubborn. Another quick win to keep this rally going. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. Omnic is putting the pressure on with an 8-6 grip. He really is fighting an uphill battle given the gap in the ratings. Omnic is staring down the finish line at 9-6. It's a huge swing from their last meeting on the dunes. That was a total shutdown, keeping the pressure on as the deficit shrinks to 2. It's a strange sight seeing him put up such a fight today. Omnic now holds a commanding 3-round advantage. It's a stark contrast to how he played against Aster earlier. Omnic is just out-reacting him right now. These rounds are flying by, and he's absolutely in control. Waze is finally starting to claw back into this series, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. Completely effortless exchange for Omnic, placing himself just 1 victory away from the win. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. Waze manages to trade and emerge victorious, temporarily delaying the end of the game. This is far from the blowout we expected to see. Waze is simply not folding, securing another round to stay alive in this series. Absolutely stellar reflexes there as he shuts everything down for a 3rd time. Unbelievable. Omnic shuts the door and secures a massive upset victory. He really stepped up in the clutch to pull this off. He's clearly shaken off that rough start to his day. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim, with Aster stepping in as the favorite. Aster holds a huge historical edge with 123 wins over Omnic in their previous head-to-head matches. It makes sense why the favorite is starting strong here. We have to see if Omnic can actually disrupt that pattern. Aster is absolutely dominating with a clean 2-0 lead. The rating gap is clearly playing a part early on. Aster just shuts the door on any early hope, making it a 3-0 start. Omnic finds his footing, quickly picking his opponent off the ramp to get back on the board. Aster keeps the pressure high with a commanding 4-1 lead. Omnic is showing great resilience, quickly tightening the gap to 4-2. He's definitely proving he can trade blows with the top seeds. Aster is really showing off that 27-9 record from today. Well, it's clear the favorite is in top form and simply too consistent for his opponent right now. He'll be looking to close this gap before Omnic can build any more momentum. Omnic is truly digging in, taking Aster right off the ramp to keep this rally going. He's refusing to let the top seed slide away this time. Aster is quick to punish that ramp position, keeping the pressure on right now. That's a huge gap in the ratings to overcome. He's keeping the fight alive and stays within striking distance as we head into the break. The tension is peaking as we head into the half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, everything is going according to plan so far. He's clearly the better player today, but Omnic is still hanging around. Time to see who handles the switch. A completely clean finish for Omnic, keeping his hopes alive as he closes back into this. He just completely shut down that side of the court. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing the match back to a dead heat. Aster edges ahead again, holding a slim one-round lead. That huge rating difference is starting to show again. What a turnaround. Omnic has completely leveled the playing field, bringing us to an 8-8 deadlock. The underdog is truly refusing to blink in this set. Absolute chaos there. He barely claws through with a sliver of health to take the lead. That's a massive rating gap to bridge when things get this tight. Aster is really starting to pull away here, finding his mark from the ramp to extend this lead. It's a tough afternoon for the lower ranked guy. He's completely in control now, taking the fight from the ramp to keep this streak going. His current rank reflects the struggle we're seeing on display. He's just untouchable right now, putting himself on the verge of a victory. His target acquisition has been flawless throughout this run. Unbelievable. He digs deep to survive the trade on the ramp and secure the series victory. He really took it to the limit, but that final run of 5 was just too much. Omnic fought a war out there. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Waze and Aster facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. What a frantic start. Aster barely escapes with his life after both players tore into each other. Aster carries a strong 28-8 record over the last day, which shows he's coming in with a ton of confidence. But Waze is already proving that those high numbers don't always translate when they're facing each other. He's definitely looking to prove his recent victory was no fluke. What a fight! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, finally knocking Waze off the ramp to level things up. Tough break for him since he actually beat Aster 39 earlier. Waze is just one step ahead at 3-2. The rating gap is there, but he's not feeling it right now. Waze really has his opponent on the ropes right now, quickly picking Aster off that ramp. Waze is simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the server with 3 straight wins. Aster finally finds a way to answer back, refusing to let his opponent pull away. This keeps him in a great position for the middle of the set. Waze is really defying the odds here, since he's facing a player with a much higher overall win rate. I mean, seeing the lower rated player push such a significant lead is a huge swing. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure on. What a fight! Aster barely survived that absolute slugfest to grab a critical round right before the break. Waze takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. You know the favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He's clearly in control, but Aster has shown he can survive the toughest exchanges. Time to see if Aster bounces back. Waze is absolutely cruising now with a 9-4 lead. That's a solid start to the day for the rank 24 guy. Aster stops the bleed, bringing the tally to 9-5. He's definitely relying on that higher lifetime win percentage here. Aster has found his second win and is starting to put the pressure back on Waze. That historical edge in the head-to-head is starting to show. Waze extends his grip, now leading 10-6. His match against Omnic was tight, but he's looking much cleaner here. These exchanges are getting incredibly short. Waze is just simply faster on the draw right now. Aster is staying stubborn here, refusing to let this slide into a blowout. He's definitely proven his worth in their head-to-head matchups historically. Aster is starting to chip away at that lead, keeping his momentum high as we enter the final stretch. That was a heavy scrap, but Waze comes out on top to put himself in a prime position to close this out. That response was a total nail-biter. Aster manages to outlast him, dragging Waze off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He is clearly not ready to hand over the win just yet. Unreal! Waze puts it all on the line and seals the series with a lightning fast finish. He just completely out-dueled him on a map where he's usually struggling. That was a statement performance. Welcome everyone to the Dunes map. We have Waze taking on Omnic in a match where the favorite looks very strong. What an unbelievable scramble. He claws out a victory with a sliver of health left. Waze holds a massive historical lead with over 160 wins against this specific opponent, and honestly, that psychological edge is starting to show. We're seeing a top half player finally asserting his authority after a shaky start to the series. Waze just completely took over, storming to a 3-round streak. Omnic answers back quickly to keep the gap small. He's showing a bit more resilience than his rank suggests. And just like that, Omnic forces a dead heat. Total stalemate right now despite the rating difference. He's truly on fire, claiming a 3rd consecutive win to seize a lead in the series. Waze is back in the driver's seat, evening the score once more. Both these players have a long day behind them already. Waze narrowly regains the advantage, leading 5-4. The lower rated player will need a big shift soon. Total flip of the script as he claims another one, extending the run to 3 straight. Things are starting to look like the expected outcome here. Omnic puts a stop to that run right before we head into the break. A tough day for him so far with that 7-27 record. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, I expected Waze to separate himself early, but Omnic is fighting back surprisingly well. This is a huge fight now that the sides are swapping. Let's see who breaks first. Omnic nudges ahead by 1, really fueling his momentum. A surprising run of form for someone ranked 36th on the ladder. Waze is managing a 51% win rate on this specific map over hundreds of games, but he's simply failing to find any answers for Omnic right now. It's an incredibly precarious position for the higher seeded player to be in. I wonder if he can reset his mentality before the gap widens further. Absolute control now as he extends his lead to 4 rounds in a row. A total shutdown of the competition as he extends that streak to 5 straight. Finally, a break in the momentum for Waze to keep himself in the fight. A completely effortless exchange, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. Game over. Omnic closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the match. Huge result for the lower seeded player, proving that the history between these two doesn't always predict the future. Welcome to Red Line. Aster and Omnic are ready to go, with the heavy favorite looking to secure another win. Aster has completely owned this head-to-head history with a 78% win rate. It makes sense seeing how the gap in their overall ratings usually translates into these kinds of results. Now let's see if Omnic can actually find a way to break that cycle. Omnic just showed that he isn't intimidated by the higher rank, cleaning that up from the ramp. The lower rated player is refusing to back down early here. Omnic is cruising right now, holding a tight 2-1 lead. Omnic is fighting for a tough 8-27 stretch today. Total deadlock now. We're all square at 2 apiece. He's showing exactly why he's seated in the top 15 spot. Aster has the wind in his sails now, putting a bit of distance between himself and Omnic. We're back to a complete stalemate with both players tied. He's clearly feeling confident after that latest victory over Waze. A real battle on the ramp there, and Omnic comes out on top for the second time in a row. That's a surprisingly clean start for someone ranked outside the top 30. Aster just outplayed him on that ramp, effectively shutting down Omnic's mini run right there. Aster just edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. The higher seed is really starting to exert his will. He's just relentless, continuing the surge to take full control of the game. His ranking puts him in the top third of the league. A very efficient reaction from Omnic to bring this one back to a 1-round difference. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, this is exactly how things were expected to go. Aster is in control though, Omnic is keeping him honest with a very competitive scoreline. Time to switch it up. Omnic manages to find him on the ramp, and suddenly we're looking at a tie game. He's really shaking up the expected script right now. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. The momentum is shifting completely in his favor. Omnic is simply on fire right now, putting together a powerful trio of rounds. The momentum is swinging wide for the number 36 seed. Aster manages to win the exchange on the ramp to keep things even. An absolute grinder of his series so far. Aster is really starting to pull away now, picking Omnic right off the ramp. He's certainly making the most of his top 15 ranking right now. An unbelievable surge from Aster, who just breezed through that exchange to extend his lead. A quick response from Omnic to stop the momentum from swinging too far. This battle for the higher ground was a total wash, with Aster coming out on top once again. The raw skill difference is becoming a major factor here. Aster continues his charge, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. It's been a typical day for the favorite so far. What a closing statement! Aster secures the final kill to take the series. A strong finish to keep that historical dominance going. He really just refused to let the underdog build any real momentum. Welcome everyone. Waze and Aster are stepping into the arena for this match, with the favorite facing a tough challenge today. Aster comes in looking incredibly sharp, with a 27-9 record over the last day. And that hot streak is really translating into confidence in these early exchanges. It will be interesting to see if Waze can find a way to slow that momentum down. Aster holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. Waze is proving why he's often the slight favorite in this rivalry. Aster is really starting to assert himself here, making the most of his experience on this map. That's a solid start for someone currently ranked 13th. Aster is absolutely dominating with a huge 4-1 cushion. It's a tough spot for the 24th ranked man here. He's simply untouchable right now, putting Waze in a deep hole. He's quickly erasing the memory of their recent 39 loss. A complete shutdown, and that's 4 straight for the favorite. He is playing exactly like the higher rated seed today. He's just too fast for him today, extending that streak to 5 straight. It's been a rough start for Waze after that loss to Omnic. Finally a response from Waze, who shuts that door quickly to bring the score to 2-7. Aster holds a narrow lead in their overall history with 87 wins. It's becoming clear that the experience gap is starting to surface in this specific match. He's really putting the pressure on Waze right now. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-2. A very different result than their last meeting on Mapas. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is completely outclassed here. He's just ignoring the odds and playing exactly to his higher overall rating. Time for Waze to dig deep. Waze is just completely out of options here. He can't find any way to stop this momentum. Waze has really struggled to find a footing lately. A flawless read on the timing, putting Aster just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the series. Just total control from start to finish, and honestly a huge statement win to move forward with today.